Yo, how's it going, folks? I am so sorry about today. I had a lot going on after I finished my Twitch stream, and certain things came up with my kid's school that I had to deal with. And so I am very late today because it was unavoidable and it had to get done. I thought the matter was resolved when I spoke about it on Twitch, but apparently it was not. And so we received another phone call, and well, things escalated quite quickly, and we've had to deal with that for the past hour or so. And so that is why I am exceedingly late today. And I do apologize about that. You're on time? That's good to know, Gorsty. It's good to know. At least one of us was on time, right? uh, how we doing, folks? By the way, apparently talking about layoffs can get you demonetized. I didn't know that. We're still going to talk about it, but apparently it's not a topic that advertisers find entertaining to talk about, and because of that, uh, they don't want their ads. Yeah, it's crazy. No, we've literally just started, dude. I've been run off my feet today. After my stream, we just had quite a few personal problems that I had to deal with, and so we've been dealing with those, and we've finished. We've kind of solved it, but it took a lot longer than intended. And the time I set aside to prepare this stream for the few things that I needed to get ready, well, I couldn't do it because of reasons. So I know, I know, I know, I know, dude. I know. And it's okay though. I can talk about PlayStation the meltdown. That one is okay. I can talk about that one. No problems there. So we're good on that front. It's just the other front. Don't worry, I'm still going to be talking about it. I don't care. I'll appeal against it. You know, it just threw me by surprise. That's all. Let's put this video in the background while we wait for a few more people to join in. Being online all day. I mean, this is my second stream today. Yeah, man. I'm doing double streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's proper hardcore. Some of these guys got to see what a real pirate looks like today. Man, it was proper Pirates of the Caribbean shit. uh, I get demonetized all the time, man. It's always something. Wait, what do you mean? Excuse me? I gave Jack Sparrow a good name. You did a 12-mile hike today? Mate, if I did a 12-mile sleep, I would be actually pretty happy with myself. I forgot what it means to actually sleep. So there's that. What do you mean, Captain Chaos bald? I'm not bald. Hey, look. When Jack Sparrow got to the harbor with his ship and parked it on the side, no one else complained. So why are you guys complaining about my amazing skills at ship riding. Man, I'm so disappointed. I can't find my pirate hat. It's gone, man. It's gone. I looked everywhere. My guess is Luna took it somewhere and buried it. I think that about sums everything up. I think we're ready. Everything's been posted out. Everything looks good. Audio sounds okay. I think we are good. Hey, vague. Look, this is all premium hair. This is all premium. There's a lot of work that went into maintaining such a cool hairstyle. Hey, Dog Tribe, how's it going? So, how's everyone's day been? As we look. Byron, you was there today when I was on Twitch. How did you miss this hair? Look, I ain't bold. All right. Yeah, I just wish I could go sleep at a normal hour. I would ask about yours, but I watched on Twitch, and I appreciate you for turning up to Twitch. We had a great turnout on Twitch today, actually. We peaked at 19 users, which is amazing. Trust me. I can't remember the last time I had that many viewers on Twitch, even from my old account. So 19 was really nice to see as everyone was watching me scurry to save my scallywag. That sounds like a nice way to guilt trip, huh? So I don't know if you guys know this. I saw this today and I thought it was actually kind of cool. So when Nvidia was days from bankruptcy, remember this, right? When Nvidia was days from bankruptcy in 1996, Sega converted a failed Dreamcast GPU contract into a $5 million investment that saved the company. Jensen flew to Japan, admitted failure, and asked anyway. Sega believed in him. 30 years later, Jensen's in Japan. May he return the favor with the ultimate Sega console? No. What he's going to say is, can we use the remaining Sega plants for our AI data centers? That's what he's there for. He's returning 30 years later to say, thank you for saving us. We've just come to, rest our data centers on your corpse, if that's okay. We don't care anymore about what you did for us and saved us. I was quite surprised by Ron. But yeah, if anyone wants to check out my Twitch streams, the link is in the description. We stream Monday to Friday. Weekends are optional. Um, but yeah, if you're interested, definitely stop by. We have a lot of fun. At least those that turn up and watch my amazing gameplay do anyway. But do you think Nvidia is going to repay them with a new console, or are they going to repay them by smacking them while their console is down and build data centers on their corpses? No. I know that they did snub them. They did snub them. That is true, vague, but they still saved them by giving them a $5 million investment that saved the company. I'm not bold. You guys need. I'm not bold. Yeah. You see, over at Twitch, I can say what I want, and no one will say anything. Over here, if I have to stay restrained because it's instant demonetization, and I don't have any sponsors of any kind. I'm not bolding. And I swear someone is playing a prank on me in the house as well. Because round there, hidden in the cupboard, I found something for hair growth. And if they're going to try any shit on me with that, you guys going to see a mushroom cloud coming out of the UK. I'm just saying, I ain't going down without a fight. So if you look watching the 9 o'clock news and you see some Turkish dude running for his dear life, you know that's me. I didn't even look at what it was called, man. I ain't none of that shit is coming near me. So the PlayStation stuff is kind of dying down. Sony decided that hey, PlayStation Store summer sale goes live tomorrow. So I'm totally going to be checking it out and seeing what digital games there are for me to buy. Because I'm a digital guy. What? Let you know what works, Taz. I'll tell you what. I'll let Luna send you a message and let you know how good Turkish cooking is. She living the life. Damn pup won't even eat her food anymore. She wants all of our food. I don't know. I thought the comment section was thing. Do you know what? I don't know what it is. Hey, Rumblade, you're Turkish. Lahmacun, man. I'm telling you, my missus makes them even better than the restaurants. Like, I don't know what it is. You go to a restaurant, and I think some of the standard has gone down with the lahmacuns that they make. They just don't even compare anymore. You gotta love a bit of lahmacun, though. I think she does it with onion. I think. No, never mind. I was gonna ask her, but she's already gone upstairs. This guy, he appears in every single one. Is there going to be a physical? I think he thinks he's the bastion for physical games. Nah, I'll stay with physical. None of these guys are going to stay physical. Beautiful beyond compare. How long do you think this is going to go? It's weird that you're saying that right now, Woodpit, because this is a nice specimen of Turkish coffee. Now, I will say this: it isn't as good as my Turkish coffees, but she does a good job. It's the one thing that I can do that's actually really nice. I can't cook to save my life, but a Turkish coffee, I'll make a mean Turkish coffee. When I was a kid, that was the first thing my mum got me to learn because she drank it like it was soda pop. So she taught me from a very young age how to make the perfect Turkish coffee. Priorities, right? Man, people are. Do you think that I don't see them? I don't see them thing reversing, but they're all gonna cave, right? Run plays, yeah, it is. Auto SR is really good. I know. You see, like back when I was a kid, when we turned around and I said, "Mom, I don't like that food. Can you make me something else?" She'd just give you that look, and it'll be like, "You either eat that food that I've cooked you, or you can starve." And boy, there were times where I protested until like 11 o'clock at night, and she was not budging. And then I begrudgingly went and ate the food that I didn't like. And then she said, "See, that's all you had to do. Now go brush your teeth and off to bed." Not like today's kids. "Oh, you don't like this? Well, here's a gourmet menu that you can pick from, and I'll bring it in for you." Times have truly changed. You know what? Turkish delight is the one thing I'm not too fond of. The family loves it. It's the one thing I just could never get with. Here's the thing. Originally, it was one of their factories that got changed. Now the other four are being cut back as well for micro lenses, which, as you know, is a big integral part for AI. Sony is basically saying we know that our next generation console isn't going to sell very well because of the RAM prices and all of this. So they're already divesting into other businesses to make sure that they stay afloat. So I've seen people spamming in some of the chats are now getting banned or muted entirely. So people just that are just spamming the same thing over and over again, they're just getting instantly banned. So, mate, it's been hilarious. Cancel PlayStation Plus. Oh, these ones are the best ones, right? They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna cancel PlayStation Plus," and then they post a picture. "We're sorry to see you leave. Your subscription ends on the 1st of September, 2047. Good job, buddy. You sure showed them. You canceling your PlayStation subscription that you've got for the next 20 years? Good on you, bro. Good on you." Like, why even do that? It just doesn't make sense. I've never understood it, man. I saw the same people doing it when they were canceling the Xbox Live subscriptions, and I was like, really? Like I'm in it until like 2028. Canceling or no canceling it don't matter. I'm paid up. Anything that comes on Game Pass at that time is good for my taking, and whatever becomes of Game Pass becomes. I've committed. But man, I just thought it was funny that second thing they turn around and say after the graphics card is, "Give me more money." Uh, that's what I'm saying, mate. They're just turning off auto renewal, and they're like, "I did my part, but you're subscribed for like the next 50 years. How are you again doing your part?" That's fair, H. $30 was a steep amount. I still stand by what I said at the time, which I got a lot of hate for through Discord, through X, through other man. People found me on threads, which I haven't been using, and they were sending me hate mail through threads. It was like, what the hell? And it's like, if you're using the service and you get value out of it, even at $30, it's still a decent service. But if you're not getting your money's worth out of it, then it's not worth it. Curious who made that $30 decision? Probably came from Amy Hood. They looked at the numbers and just said, right, we need to increase this because we're not making enough money. And in their mystical mind, you know how like with Netflix subscriptions, they'll increase it by £1 or £2. And then the person that looks at it goes, it's only a couple of quid. Who cares? And then they say, throughout the whole year, it's just like what, maybe 5 or 6 cups of coffee at Starbucks. It's not going to kill me. So it's all right. They looked at that and said, well, maybe I guess if they're not saying nothing for £1 or £2, they won't say nothing for a 50% increase. And then that had the complete reverse effect where they were losing a lot of people. They counted on the fact of what Sony is doing now, where some people will leave, but most won't. A lot of people left. They're going to delay the arcade stick? Why? They need that for Tocon. Or Tocon? Tocon? Whatever it is. It looks kind of cool, that fighting game. I would get it if I was still interested in beat 'em ups. I'm just not. My days of Marvel versus Street Fighter or Marvel versus Capcom 3 are long behind me, man. I found out the other day that my reaction speeds are really, really slow now. Like my son was watching me doing something that needed like reflex skills, right? And I was doing good. It's like 30 levels, right? I got to level 29 and I'm like, man, I can't get 3 stars. And I'm doing it, and my son comes and goes, Dad, let me try it. And then he's like, picks up his phone, right? Like this. Picks up his phone and then starts going click, 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 while not even looking at the screen. Okay, Dad, it's done. I was like, get out of here. Making me look stupid. Damn fool. Then I was like, yo, come back. They're still level 30. You gotta work that meal off. uh I might pick up Virtua Fighter 5, well, the new Virtua Fighter game, because it looks different. And it looks cool. Nintendo Online. I think over here it's like £20 for the basic one for the whole year, and I think for the Plus, which I upgraded to, is like £30 for the whole year. I think it is something like that. It's really cheap. Nintendo's one is so cheap because no one uses it. I literally just pay for it for no reason. I really every time I say to myself that I'm going to cancel my Nintendo Switch Online, I say I'm going to do it, and then I forget I'm supposed to do it. No one reminds me that I'm supposed to do it, and then they turn around and bill me, and then I'll go, God damn it, I was supposed to cancel it. Well, I've got another year to do that. I'll do it at some point this year and get it cancelled. And then the cycle repeats. And so every year for the past 3 years, I've been paying for Nintendo Switch Online. I know, that sounds bad. Yeah, Virtua Fighter 6, not 5. It looks good though. Rabbi, what's up? I've only seen one message from you. Will they change Game Pass Day 1 releases? Because Game Pass is good for them. I think they will. Wait, I don't see every message, man. I'm not constantly looking at the thing. I'm not ignoring anyone. If I miss your message, just ask again, fellas. So apparently someone in Brazil sued Microsoft and won. I wonder what percentage of Game Pass cancelled. I would assume around 10 million. So I think about 30% of them cancelled. I think they lost a metric ton of the fact that they had to reduce the price so drastically. I think they lost around 10 million subs, honestly. Yo, Steve, how's it going, buddy? How you feeling today? France are indeed losing. You can see it right here. Hey, Susanna. Your PC Game Pass expired. You'll renew. Yeah, why not? I mean, see, this is a part of the reason why I think it's failed, and they're looking at it. Agent 64, Spies Never Die. Wait, that's a real thing? Is that a movie or a game? New game? Agent 64. Never heard of it. Let's have a look. Yeah, this ain't some like. No, it's actually a real thing. We'll have a look at the trailer in a bit. Yeah, we'll have a look at it in a little bit. It's boiling hot. I don't know. I've got 2 fans on me smacking me at the moment. Hey, see, Rachy knows, man. Rachy knows. Rachy knows. Rachy knows. Any of you managed to dive into Wuthering Waves? It came out on the 10th. Streamed it a few days over at Twitch. It's the new update has been kind of cool. But yeah, in Brazil, there's a proposed bill with new protection for gamers. It's crazy how in Brazil, consumer protection rights are above everything else, corporations and everything. So much so that Microsoft tried to screw this Brazilian kid out of his account, or man out of his account, and they sued them, and not only won, but they're getting a staggering $400 in compensation and their account back. The new Enfield update, I just couldn't get into Enfield, and I really didn't like their gacha system. Even if I could get around the whole building and stuff, because you can just copy other people's, I really, really didn't like their gacha system. It needs to carry over. At the moment, NTE's gacha system is superior to everyone else. Yeah, after support ends, publishers would need to either enable offline play in Brazil, provide a community with tools to keep the game running, or proportional refunds, which is what, that's insane. Publishers would have to disclose online server requirements and guarantee at least 2 years of support after launching the game in Brazil, so no Concord situations. Players would need to be notified at least 180 days, 6 months before a game's online services are taken down. And lawmakers have also requested an investigation into Sony's plan to end physical PlayStation disc production in 2028. Now, I don't know if anything's going to come from that, because the EU regulators have already come out and said there's nothing we can do. Silver Palace is getting the same thing. I mean, the more I see of Silver Palace, the more I'm not interested. I'm happy with the three I'm playing right now. They're good enough for me. You're a long-term PlayStation fan of 30 years, but after 2028, all digital nonsense, I gave up. See, I think what Sony is doing right now by giving up on physical like immediately is a bit silly. But this opens up a new conversation about digital rights, digital right ownership. Because as you can see here, we've seen PlayStation accounts getting hacked and people losing their accounts, right? And that Brazilian kid who sued Microsoft and won is another primary case. But consumer rights in Brazil are insane. They are above everything else. No corporation can fight against consumer rights, right? And maybe more countries should have this. But then, where is it? I did have it here. Then you've got this one over here, right? Like, it's not just Sony that this happens to. Microsoft deleted my account and OneDrive after acknowledging that I'm the owner of the account and it was compromised. And they do. They acknowledge it here that it was his account, but because the details were changed, instead of changing it back after agreeing that that was his account, they just deleted the account to prevent further loss, to protect his data, apparently, which means all those games that you got. And I think this is the biggest danger out of everything when it comes to digital only, your account security. Because two-factor authentication can be hacked, boys. I've seen it. It's happened. It can be hacked. It takes a lot more effort, but it's not impossible. So it's it happens, and I think that's what we need to kind of be fighting for right now. And next week we are all here, but decided on passkeys, no passwords anymore, and other methods, but I don't know yet if they can bypass. Passkeys have already been bypassed, dude. It's possible to do. It's already possible to bypass passkeys. Like I said, it gets harder and harder every time you do it. like with every data encryption that you go, but they can do it, and that's the bottom line. The Enfield gacha system seems fair enough. No, it's terrible, dude. You have no carryover. You have 50-50, which is awful. At least if they allowed you to carry over, that would be good. But without the carryover, there's no guarantee as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. There's no guarantee of you getting the character. I don't even think you have a 50-50 in Enfield. Hey, Trebone, they can always catch you at the car park, grab your phone, snip, snip. Nothing's impossible, man. I'm just saying. People do be carrying them big scissors around. Vital, your pulls should carry over to the next pull. To the next banner. Add to my uh, the ring knife. OG pocket. Hey man, if you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, so I think it's weird that they're saying physical media is now dead, because that's not really true, right? Because I can walk into WH Smith's and they're still selling books. They're releasing new books all the time. Amazon are selling books all the time. Blu-rays, you know, I just recently bought a bunch of Blu-rays and Ultra HD DVDs that I want to just have for myself. I bought the Indiana Jones stuff, the Michael Jackson stuff for the missus because she's a big fan. And new movies are still coming out in Blu-ray and UHD format. So to say that it's a dead format, I don't agree. There's still people that buy it. They could reduce the production of them, but I think they're dead. The reason why they're actually doing it, but they're not dead, sorry. The reason why Sony's doing it is because they want to kill the secondhand market. That's what it is. They want to kill the secondhand market. The secondhand market is crippling their sales. And again, I go back to that Spider-Man 2 incident that I saw a few years ago, where Spider-Man 2 launched. I went to my local computer exchange a week after, and they had over 50 traded in Spider-Man 2s. And opposite them was Game. We have our store called Game, who sells retail. And the computer exchange opposite them had a banner up saying, "Come buy Spider-Man 2 here, £10 cheaper." And so they'd make all that money and Sony gets nothing. So Sony are doing it to benefit us gamers. So the reason, yeah, right, they're doing it to benefit us gamers. But the reason why it's happening is literally because, my opinion, secondhand gaming. They want to obliterate the middleman. They don't want secondhand games going on anymore because they're losing all that money. Still, though, I think that choice is good. I'm never going to be against choice. I just don't see them pulling it back, though. And with digital, they get more money than physical. They do. But it would be nice to see some of that savings passed on to the digital stores, because like God of War, you can find in the shops right now, Ragnarok, for like 30 quid. So, if you look hard enough, even 25 quid, brand new. You'll never see that price on the PlayStation store. Still wild, Sony is doing this while they still haven't addressed the issue from the other lawsuit? Well, Navy, they kind of have, right? They kind of have when you think about it, because the other lawsuit said that they have a monopoly on the digital storefront because that's the only place you can go to get digital games. Well, now they're saying, well, now that we've gone full digital, we'll be providing retailers with digital cards that they can sell. So you don't have to come to my store to buy it. You can go to Game or wherever you want, and you can buy it with your money over there and come back, put the code in, and Bob's your uncle. You get your game. They are giving it to other retailers. Now, if other retailers want to discount that code, that's up to them. 9 out of 10, they're not going to do that. So they've kind of, by doing this, they kind of went around it. I'm wrong? Why am I wrong? They're still providing the code, though. I mean, they're the yeah, but what difference does that make? The argument is the publisher and developer can't sell the code themselves to another storefront. It's a closed walled garden. What do you expect? Apple wouldn't allow that. Android doesn't allow that. That's the whole point of a walled garden. I promise you that this is going to get through. This is going to give them the reason that this is going to be acceptable for the courts. I still think Reloaded is being run by some mobster, Russian or Italian mobster. Oh no! Don't get me wrong, Trey. Sony has built up this reputation. They've built up the market share, and they have, right? They have the controlling market share in the gaming industry. When you look at the consoles sold, they have the highest market share. So any publisher out there that's looking at making a game cannot ignore PlayStation. And Sony know this. And their fans created this. And so Sony has gotten to a position now, with the media's help and their fans' help, where they now can do whatever they want and believe that they can do whatever they want without any repercussion, without any consequences. And the problem is, they know that after all of this noise dies down, people are going to buy the PlayStation 6, they're going to buy those games digitally, and life will move on. They will not leave the gaming behind. It's just not going to happen. Maybe like 5% will do that, but they're willing to write off 10, 15% of people, right? They're willing to write off the whole of the physical community because they know the digital community will carry them through. They've already made that perfectly clear. So when we were saying that competition is good, you don't want one company to have full power. That's bad. We were right, and they were wrong. But even today, they want Xbox to go away. Like they don't learn. You know, they've seen what happens when Sony gets arrogant, but they want to give them even more power. It blows my mind. Gorsty, I do understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, just like with physical sales, those retailers are probably going to get that 30% offer, right? They're still going to get 30% of the cost. At least that would be my assumption. And the way these retailers have generally been putting a discount is by eating into their 30%. So it won't really make any difference outside of Sony saving on the production cost. and not having to have a disk drive, I guess. But no, I do get the notion that they're coming out from the one place. My back basically said what Kel said about CD keys. Your bank? Oh, I'm assuming you said you mean your bank. I mean, yeah, I didn't have any issues. I don't have any problems with getting stuff from CD keys or loaded as they are now. Um, but there is no way that anyone's going to convince me that there isn't some shady thing going on there. Especially when you go on there and you see a game that's like what 50 years old, selling for $10,000 or £10,000. That's not money laundering for you. It's like some cheap code for Call of Duty that should be like $2, and you've got $2, $2, $2, $10,000. No one's going to tell me that there is no money laundering going on there. I know mine works because I bought Klonoa, I think it was called Klonoa, for my kid. He looked at it, buy the 10K version. Yeah, once you send me that money, man. I don't know. I used to buy disc games, and the only time I actually buy physical games now, outside of Final Fantasy, of course, and collector's editions, and even the collector's editions now don't come in physical, is when I'm, down my local shopping center. I walk into my local CEX and I see what games they've got for cheap, and obviously they're all physical there, and I pick those up every 3-4 months. When I pop in there, I just do a little scrummage. If I find something that I just want to have, or I might want to play one day, or something that catches my eye, I pick it up. But that's about it. That's as far as my physical intake goes. I mean, you guys do know that back in the day, companies like Game here in the UK, uh, I think it's called it's Game something in the US. I can't remember, but they're the ones that actually rallied behind the Xbox One going all digital and prevented it from happening. They're not doing the same this time, mainly because they're all gone. But we're lucky if the collector's editions even have the game. See, I disagree with that. I think, yeah, GameStop, that's the one. I disagree with that, Susano. I actually liked what Battlefield did back in the day. Everyone kind of criticized them, but I really liked what they did. And Square Enix does this too now, where if you just want the collector's edition without the game, they offer that to you as a standalone bundle, so you can get all the collector's edition goodies that you want. Because you might have ordered the game from somewhere else, or you might really just like what comes with the collector's edition, and you've got no interest in the video game. And so stuff like that is cool. I really appreciate it. Like there's a few uh games that have done that, and I think that is the way forward. If you want it with the game, you can buy it with the game, but I think selling the collector's edition on its own is a really nice touch. Sony tested their audience when they put out a digital console and a portable disk drive, and no one bought the disk drive. That told them. I mean, Trey, but they released the PlayStation 5 with a digital only console. That was the first sign of it, right? The Slim then came with as a digital console. The PS5 Pro came as a digital console. All their PlayStation 5s variations have launched as a digital console, with the exception of the original Fat, which came in two variations. But everything going forward from there was just a digital console with an add-on to make it physical. And even that add-on, once it's applied to your console, I don't even think you can remove it. Did they actually take it back? That's kind of cold. Well, I also like steel boxes. I don't have an issue if I already have the game. Well, Susanna, that's the thing. Now you can go to the shops and say, "Hey, look, can I have that steel box game?" And then they're going to tell you it just has a code in there. But you can tell them, "I am buying it for the steel box, and the piece of paper is bonus." You see, everyone's happy. So obviously, we can't go on a day without Xbox bad. And some analyst is saying that Xbox will be lucky to sell 2.5 million or 2 million units in its launch year, scaling to 7.3 million by 2030. And they're using the Series X and S as a basis for their calculations. I don't even know what to say. It does have a disc, just no game on it. From what I'm hearing, it has a disc with no game. Wait, so you're saying that you and me, Steve, buying the Project Helix are going to be the only two that buy it at launch? Hot damn! The controversy does feel like a LARPing, fake nostalgic, faux outrage. It does, man. It does. It does. I mean, they're trying. See, the thing I'm seeing here is instead of focusing on this, why aren't these analysts, why aren't these media outlets focusing on PlayStation? Why are they completely and utterly ignoring PlayStation right now? It feels a little weird, right? How the media, CNN, and so forth are all focused on this, but the ones that really should be focusing on them, like the Eurogamers, the IGNs, all of this, the ones that have historically shielded and praised Sony and protected them because they get free stuff, they're not doing anything, are they? Well, you and someone that's not me, man, did that surgery really make you forget who you are? Is this like a whole me, myself, and Irene situation now going on, Steve? I'm not Irene in this equation, or me, myself, either. Yeah, this just made me laugh. It's like, come on, guys, this is getting silly now. And they're using the Xbox One and the Series X as a thing. Clearly, they're trying something different now. I mean, I saw Brat Gamer the other day. He was like wrote a massive long post about how it's not going to change anything, and all it translated to was, "I want Xbox games on PlayStation." That's what it. If you put it through a translator, that's what it said. It was like, come on, man, you can't make this shit up. I mean, look at this guy, Yorch. He wrote this. I really would have had the Star Wars theme tune running in the background, but I'd get copyrighted for it. And I said to myself, I'm not going to read this because it's too much. So I put it through Grok and just told him to summarize it for me. And apparently, the summary of all this is, uh, in since buying ZeniMax, Microsoft has been wasted. They made one game that they were given complete creative freedom to make, and they made the game that they wanted to make, and Xbox is blamed for that. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, what do you even say to that? Xbox said, hey, make the game you've always wanted to make. Let your dreams go wild. We have the infinite money glitch. Just make the game great. We believe in you. And then they made Dark Ages and it flopped like probably I don't even want to say in case I get demonetized. But anyway, it flopped hard. It didn't sell on PlayStation. It didn't sell on Stadia. It didn't sell on Xbox. I mean, it wouldn't. Everyone's got Game Pass. It didn't sell on PC. Man, even Soldier Boy's console didn't end up selling any copies of that game. It just didn't sell. I mean, no matter how you want to say it, it did not sell. So how is Microsoft to be blamed for this? If they were hands-on and then the game failed, people would be like, oh, but you was hands-on. And, you told them what you thought was right and what you thought was wrong. Now, I get there's supposed to be some, a balance there, and that's fine. But when these studios were bought, everyone was like, Microsoft, do nothing. Nothing. Don't touch. Don't speak. Let them do and make the games. And then Microsoft were like, man, this is an easy win. I get paid for doing jack shit, just sitting down and watching. And then when the shit falls down, it's Microsoft's fault for not stepping in. I'm like, come on. Now, whoever's decision it was to fire Mick Gordon, they're the true people or persons that are responsible for this. Mick Gordon leaving id Software for the music of Doom is a travesty. Steve also wasn't about. No, the OG Dooms were different. If you look at 2016 and Eternal, they are fast-paced and fluid. Dark Ages slowed the game down, made it more narrative, and that's fine. And France are losing 2-0, by the way. And they chose to go down a more narrative storyline. And I mean, I haven't played it yet. At some point, I will get around to it. But I did hear at the time people were moaning about the villains being women and ugly and all of this. I don't know if that made any impact to it, but there was a whole controversy around that. And back then you had that faction going around. I can't even remember what they're called now. That was basically harassing every game and developer. They even had a whole section on Steam highlighting all these games and stuff. I can't remember who it was, but maybe that had an impact. But I also feel like, as many have said, it didn't feel like Doom, and so the game failed. Right? It didn't resonate with people, and people didn't want it. Why is Microsoft getting blamed for that? My guy wrote all this just to say Xbox bad. It's Xbox's fault. SBI detected. That's the one. It's crazy, but you go down and it's like, oh, this is an amazing read and all of this, and I'm like, is that because it's Xbox bad? Look at it. It's almost a self-writing prophecy. These guys are just crazy, man. Definitely isn't. Yeah, my biggest problem with it is that the parry being OP and open world segments being too slow. Yeah, I don't think anyone is saying it's a bad game. It's a good game. It's just not a good Doom game, if that makes sense. It's a good game in its own right, and if it had a different IP name, maybe it would have done better as a new IP. But when you're buying Doom, there are certain expectations to it, especially the music, and it has to live up to all of that. And if it doesn't, it kind of, like I said, it's a good game, just not a good Doom game. Grums, oh god, don't mention that name. Don't mention that name. Doom the Dark Ages is a prequel, right? If I'm not mistaken. And look, all I'm saying is all of these games are good and great. But when Half Life 3 gets announced, that's when you're gonna find out true greatness. Doom 3 is the best Doom, underrated by everyone just because it's different. But actually it's the best. Doom 3 or Doom the Dark Ages? This is the case of just a Halo Hollow, I guess you're supposed to say there. Yes, it's a prequel. That's what I thought. Compulsion Games have now come out and said, "Hey guys, we're independent. We don't have the infinite money glitch anymore. So, anyone want to work with us? We won a BAFTA award, which is really cool, by the way. Uh, those are quite hard to win in the game, in the BAFTAs. So that's definitely a thumbs up. They won. I'm pretty sure Peabody Award is a DEI award. So I'm going to disregard that entirely. 7 Canadian Game Awards. I don't know anything about those at all, but it's Canada, so I don't want to say yay or nay for that because there may be Canadians in the chat. So I'll give it a thumbs up as well. I'm joking. The fans are the problem. The fans are look. Here's the thing, right? You make games for your audience, right? If they turn round, I mean, I joke about this all the time, right? Where I say they should change Marcus Phoenix to Batista and change Dom into Vin Diesel, right? And then have this whole comedy thing. I say that because it pisses off the Gears community all the time, and I love it. I do it on purpose. And even though I've said it, I'm doing it on purpose, it still pisses them off. It doesn't matter that they know that I'm doing it on purpose. It still winds them up, right? But if they actually made that game with Batista and Vin Diesel, the Gears fans would hate it to the point where I reckon they wouldn't even buy it. But if you left it to the corpos, they would probably do that. Or if you left it to the creatives, they would do that. And that's my problem. You need to build the games for your audience. You need to know who your audience is. Don't try to appeal to everyone. Know what your audience is, know what they want, and build it for that. Don't build the games to your own liking because at that point, when it doesn't sell, you can't blame the community for not buying it. You blame yourself for not providing a product for your community that wants to buy it. I'd burn the studio down. Oh, look, Ghosty's simping. Wait, wait. Ghosty, is your roommate is your landlord a Canadian? Just checking. Chief needs to retire? I don't think Chief needs to retire at all. I mean, Is he even human under there? I don't even know. I mean, I'm disregarding the TV series entirely, but is Chief like actually he's an Evertonian? Good lord. No wonder you're always so angry. I think that explains everything. But if you don't build a game for your audience, who are you building it for? That could explain a lot. Only way it could be worse if he was Mank. What if there was a Mank and a Evertonian as your roommates? That would be interesting. A Mancunian, Evertonian, and a Scouser walk into a bar. The joke should end there. But now they're inviting partners to leverage the talent of their creatively award-winning team that overblew the budget for South of Midnight. Uh, I thought the fact that they're looking to get into the entertainment industry was kind of cool. I think that's quite nice. That's definitely a different avenue for them that they could explore because their story writing for South of Midnight, in my opinion, was good. The voice acting was good. What let it down was the combat aspects. The boss battles were good, but everything outside of the boss battles started to get a bit samey and repetitive. But for me, the story, the music, the art style really, knocked it out the park and is what carried the game. Right, I see. But is there anything human left of him? Because, like in the games, he never takes his helmet off, like ever. So you never know what is actually in there. You don't see the studio surviving. I agree, but I think the story is too much for most players to handle, and that's where I go back to my point. I think this, like, if this game came out and the budget for it was like 20 million, and it sold, it wouldn't have to sell that many copies to make that money back. It'd be an instant success. It cost them over 100 million to make this game. It's way too much. They spent way too much money on this game. And so that's a problem. There's no budgeting there. There was no thing. And now they're realizing that, hey, we might actually have to, sort some shit out and actually manage our finances. And so now they need to make sure all their staff is properly resourced. They can't just be sitting there. If they don't have a resource spreadsheet against their name, they're going to get let go. And guess who's going to be getting the blame for that? My dream is just one thing right now: Quake 5. Well, id Software is making a new Doom. It's well into production. So we might see something at QuakeCon, potentially. Everyone has TikTok brain. TikTok brain is good. So, I wish them the best of luck. If they make another game, I will most likely support it because I do enjoy their games. I didn't play We Happy Few, but everything I saw about it looked decent. Again, that didn't do gangbusters in sales either. So yeah, I wish them the best. I hope they succeed. I'm not gonna wish for their closure like some people are, but here we are. Xbox, the Coalition, and Nvidia announced a PC partnership for Gears of War E-Day, bringing together one of gaming's most iconic franchises with Nvidia's GeForce technologies. That's crazy. Let's go through this article. What are they doing? How the Coalition and Nvidia are building Gears of War E-Day for PC. At Xbox and the Coalition, our goal for Gears of War E-Day is simple: deliver the most visceral and technically ambitious Gears of War to date with as many waifus as we can fit in there. Whether you prefer to play on a console or PC built on Unreal Engine 5 and DirectX 12, E-Day is being optimized across a broad range of PC hardware. Today, we're excited to announce our partnership with NVIDIA to make that vision a reality with waifus. As the exclusive PC partner of Gears of War, E-Day, NVIDIA is collaborating closely with Xbox and the Coalition to enhance the game's PC experience through deep integration with GeForce RTX technologies, performance optimization, and launch support. From earlier stages of development through release, this partnership is focused on delivering a first-class PC experience while the game continues to be optimized across a wide range of hardware. So those of you on AMDs, not going to be good. Let's check this out.
Rated M for mature.
This isn't enough.
Man, look at Vin Diesel. Looks amazing. Oh, Batista, man. Jesus. Man, look at Batista right there. Damn. That combo of Vin Diesel and Batista is just something else, man. I know the gearheads love that combo. Pushing visual boundaries with DirectX and RTX. E-Day will support advanced rendering features through DirectX, including hardware ray tracing alongside NVIDIA's RTX features and optimizations that they Kills like that. Asher is putting those devs out free for free to play Combat Evolved on Xbox controllers. If it was the Moore and Sarah Bond, she will be allowing them. Oh man, I will never ever forget the way that guy came out, full PlayStation T-shirt and everything when they were announcing Halo on PlayStation. That was like total disrespect, man. Built for performance, will be delivering a fluid. It's just important as visual fidelity for a broader PC optimization work, and with support from NVIDIA, PC players can expect a game that plays as good as it looks, whether you're playing on a high-end enthusiast desktop rig or a mainstream spec machine. To help deliver that promise, we've integrated NVIDIA DLSS 4.5 with dynamic multi-frame gen. Steve loves his frame gen, so there you go, Steve. You've got your multi-frame gen right there with super resolution as well. See, that's exactly what you're looking for. Aurora, you're fine. Why do first-party games that are made for console partnering with NVIDIA instead of AMD? That's kind of the joke, Rachie. That is kind of the joke. Broad optimization for both performance and fidelity across a wide range of hardware, in addition to supporting cutting-edge rendering features from NVIDIA. E-Day will also support AMD FSR, Unreal Engine, TSR, blah, blah, blah. ASD enables precompiled shaders. ASD will be available across supported PC storefronts, including the Microsoft Store and Xbox PC app, with broader hardware and storefront support expanding over time. Hey, Steve, we all know that you're going to use frame gen. It's what you do. But yeah, cool stuff coming from NVIDIA and the Coalition. It's a weird partnership. It is a weird partnership. It's one that I did not see coming, but it's kind of cool. See where that leads. be linked with your Game Pass to play games. That's been a thing for a while now, and Navy, so that could be it. But unfortunately, they're not going to have access to that sort of thing for early access. The games only go on there at release, so if anyone was planning on playing this early access, they won't have access to that service. Yeah, hopefully, it's going to be good on both Xbox and PC. But I feel like, you know, Xbox is doing a lot of right things at the moment, in my opinion, with pushing the console. But I think it's just too. I don't know if they can actually pull it off. Like they've got everyone's saying the Helix won't have a disk drive. I think Positron is the reason why it's going to have a disk drive, because you will still need that disk periodically to make sure that the game digitally works. So, what happens if your game stops working for whatever reason digitally? How are you going to put that back onto your? Oh my god! One sec, chat. Okay, chat. I have saved myself. I've got Luna to protect me. If these spiders come anymore, she can do what she wants to them. Damn, man, that was okay. Calm down. No. I got them with a Hoover. That spider was big, man. Oh, my little munchkin, you. Are you okay? Do you want to say hi to chat before I put you down? You don't want to say hi to chat? She's grown, right, chat? From when I first had her. All right, down you go then. Here you go. Indeed, crisis averted. Once I killed the first one, another two came out, and I just got dive bombed by a dragonfly. Man, I hate living in a forest, man. Living in a forest is just rubbish. What do you mean, such a baby? I like it how everyone knew exactly what was going on the moment I ran for my life. Begging for his kid to come down. He'd probably have nightmares if he ever came to my house. Yeah, I would. Man, everyone. But yeah, so getting back on topic, I can't see the next Helix not having a drive. I think it has to have a drive, or at least a drive that can read your previous discs. Oh, you're on your first Frenodian. That's still in the first area, right? On the first map, you haven't got to Mount Firmament yet, I don't think. Hey, look, man, Argentina have the referee of God behind them this year. Argentina will likely cheat their way to win. Yeah. How are you finding it, Big? I know the 1.0 storyline for Wiwa isn't the greatest, but it does set a lot of the groundwork. But once you get to 2.0, it's, or at least 1.4, I think it is, it blows wide open. I hope you enjoyed, dude. There are some bugs in there that I've noticed. We have reported them to the dev teams, and they are working on fixing them. But yeah, so how many of you believe that the Helix won't have a disk drive? And how easy of a win will it be for Microsoft to turn around and say, "Hey guys, the next generation games, we're going to have physical copies of all of our games. They will be in limited supply, and we may be going to other places to get them done. But if you want the physical version of the game, there is an option for you to do that, even though it's going to be at a higher cost." How much of an easy win would that be for Xbox right now? I mean, I don't see. We don't know if it's just the PC. Just because it can run PC games doesn't. I mean, the Series X could run PC games. Does that mean the Series X is a PC? All it needs is the right API calls, the right protocols enabled, and it's more than capable of running PC code. Yo! Really? Oh my goodness gracious me. Yo, get away from me. Yeah, you go over there. Stay behind the TV. Out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. I really should close that door because that's what they keep coming in at this time of the night to the light. Bastards. But okay, that's it. You're gonna have to die. One sec, chat. Where are you? Don't fucking die on my face now. I'm ready for you, little shit. Come in. I have to run after the dog. Right, I'm armed with my weapon. If it comes back, we're secured. We're ready, boys. We are ready. If it comes back, I'm ready. Anyway, hit it with a hammer. Close your windows. It's too hot. I can't close my windows. Don't worry, it's cool. Because all I have to do is... And it's dead. It just needs to come back again. The Hoovinator. That's right. Great stream, right? Yeah, I think there's no reason why the Helix would not come with a disk drive. I think it makes perfect sense, especially if they're doing this positron thing where they're going disk to digital. The way this is going to work is that your disk is going to need to validate the digital purchase every so often. So you can't sell it, which some people are saying you're going to be able to do. They're crazy. That's not what this is. They're not just going to give you free games that you can pass around for all eternity. This is going to be a system where you put the disc in, it validates, and then you won't need to do it for 3 months or whatever the time period is that you're playing the game. And for that reason, I can't see it not releasing with one. Oh. I got you, bitch! I got you! Oh, yeah? Oh, man, look at you spinning right round, spinning right round. I got you, bitch. They should add the slot for the drive with nothing behind it. So people who needs gears with chaos? Hey man, I hate bugs. I hate bugs. And unfortunately, where we live right now, if I could take the camera and show you, I would. But where we live right now, like the whole of the back area of where I live is literally just a forest. And it's horrible. It's horrible. But yeah, I know Jess said that he can't see the Helix having a disk drive. I think it will. They'll make it optional maybe to keep the cost low, right? They'll probably sell the drive separately for $100, so that could take the $100 off the retail value, which makes sense, especially for those that don't care about the drive. I think that's a good option, but I can't see it not having one. The bugs are the issue. We don't need bugs. We don't need spiders. We don't need any of that stuff. They could just go away. So yeah, I believe that they're definitely going to have it. But Halo campaign evolves expected game length is around 12 hours. For those of you that wanted to know, make the game's DVD-ROM with a key inside. That way they just need to put a cheap DVD reader. So you're saying so what you're saying there, Raichi, is go down the Nintendo route of a key card. I mean, I could see developers doing that eventually. That wouldn't be outside of the norm. A lot of people are doing that now. So I could see that definitely being an option for them that they'd like to do. They're part of a circle of life, yeah, and their circle of life ends with me. Look, I have this relationship, right? If you don't come into my peripheral vision view, and if you leave me alone, I won't kill you. Whether you're a spider, a daddy longlegs, a dragonfly, I don't care what you are. As long as you're not in my peripheral view and I know that you don't exist in my peripheral view, you get to live. If you decide to break that cardinal rule, you don't get to live. It's a very simple arrangement. You would think after I've murdered how many of their friends and families and, relatives, they would learn, but they still come playing the Hunger Games, seeing who can survive a couple of hours inside my property within my peripheral view. Newsflash, none have survived. What about the spiders you eat? I don't eat spiders. Mosquitoes are people too? Well, if that's the case, I've surpassed Jack the Ripper. But yeah, the original Halo was about 10.5 hours. So it looks like the 3 missions that you're going to get, each of them are around 15 minutes to 30 minutes each. So they're not actually that long. So the 3 missions will take up about an hour and a half of the overall game time, which is not too bad. I think a 12-hour length for a game like Halo is fine. In general, I think 12 hours is a good sweet spot for games anyway. Anywhere between 8 to 12 hours. Games being like 50 hours to 100 hours, unless they're RPGs, like, what are we even doing? Be happy we're on good terms? What do you mean? What did I say wrong now? Yo, come on. Someone has to actually have my back here. These things are horrible. You finished Pragmata on Series X? Great game. Oh, mate, Pragmata was awesome. I loved Pragmata. That game was so good. But the ending crushed me, man. I knew it was coming, and it still crushed me. In the other room, I hear Chaos saying, what do you mean worth clearing? Yeah, Pragmata was amazing. Of course, Halo has officially gone gold, and early access begins on July the 23rd, not the 28th. So Halo actually launches next week, which I was right. Halo launches. Someone told me it launches in 2 weeks, but it doesn't. It launches next week, which is what I thought. GameSpot is trashing Xbox again. What are they saying now? Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look-see. Now, officially, it's when early access begins. That's day one. Early access is day one, man. GameSpot. Let's have a look. I mean, they can turn around and say whatever they want, but early access is day one. Oh, GameSpot is talking about that thing that I showed, the analyst. Yeah, everyone's going to be running with that now, with that new analyst theory that there's no future for Xbox, mainly because they got to protect PlayStation, right? Any news that they can now push forward that hides PlayStation disaster is going to be good news for them. It's not day one if you need to pay £20 extra for it. Hey, it's still day one, man. Am I getting it earlier than everyone else? Damn right I am. So I'm playing it early, which is day one. You have the option to play day one too, for a price. But apparently there's been a lot of problems at Halo with this guy Rebs Gaming exposing them completely, especially with the project known as Project Eco, which was cancelled, which has been verified to be true. Even Jez verified it. Apparently, this guy Hints is not a very good person. So he does have a video discussing this, which I thought we could go through. He does have a follow-up to this as well. I don't think the video is very long, so might be worth a watch. My new video report provides all the information you need to realize that Halo Studios' leadership must change. This goes beyond bad behavior. The leader completely mismanaged Halo campaign involved, which is a reason why they cancelled a multiplayer project. Leadership changes must happen to save Xbox's most important information. See, this is the thing. If they know that these are a problem, why aren't these people being replaced within that 3,200? I mean, maybe they are, to be fair, because only 1,600 has been booted. Maybe this guy is also going to be yeeted once Halo comes out, because they did say throughout the year, and changing leadership now just isn't exactly the best thing to do when you're this far into the project or when it's on its last legs. I don't know. If my line manager or senior manager had a go at me in the manner that they're saying, and HR didn't do anything, I'd go above HR and report them directly to the CEO. I'm not working to take abuse. You pay me to do a job, but as long as I'm doing that job, that's fine. Now, if I'm not doing that job, you've got performance reviews for a reason. Those performance reviews are, designed where if you're not pulling your weight, they let you go. It's really that simple. And if they really want to get rid of you, there are ways that they can do that anyway, by making your life hell without actually crossing the line and you resigning yourself. There are multiple ways around this that you can go. But harassing your staff and, abusing your staff is not the way to do it. Tegan, where I used to work, not the current CEO, because they were all from the US in the end, but when we had them from the UK, they cared. If I went to them with a problem, they resolved it quite quickly. They investigated and solved it quite quickly. And they followed it up as well. Our new American owners at the time, they couldn't give two shits. All they cared about was results. There's a difference between wanting to be coddled and abuse. I haven't seen the video personally, so I figured let's check it out and see what's going on. I mean, it's better than watching a Dreamcast guy video, right? I think we can all agree on that one. It's better than watching a Dreamcast guy video. Look, one thing I will say is this, right? Like where I used to work, um, I had a formal complaint made against me, apparently because my email signature didn't have pronouns, and so I was pulled in by HR, and they told me to put it on there, and I said no. I just don't want pronouns on my thing. I don't. I think it's stupid. Anyone that can see who I am knows that I'm male. I'm a dude, right? And anyway, they went into my profile, my email signature through system admin and added it themselves. So I went in on my PC and deleted it. And then they called me again. And I said, your insistence on me forcing me to have pronouns on my email is disrespectful to me. So just like they feel disrespected for whatever reason that's not even affected them. And this escalated. But in the end, I won and I had it off. So, yeah, there are certain things where people are just too stupid about. But if you're going to berate your staff, that's just not the way. Actually, talking about pronouns, they are meaningless. Dude, I got to the point where in the end, I said, do you really want me to write down what I identify as? And they said, yes, it needs to be done via company policy. So I put down a double-spirited penguin. And I said, if you say no to that, then you're disrespecting my pronouns. That's what my pronouns identify as. It was still there before I was let go. I know, Harry. I know. All right. So I can say firsthand that happens in the games industry a lot, more than people realize. When I used to work at Sega, they had us on a rolling 3-month contract. And you could be there for years, but it would just constantly roll as a 3-month contract because Sega of Japan were the only ones that could, at the time, authorize anyone becoming a permanent member of staff. And the nominees would be sent to them once a year. And someone who's never met you in Japan, who's never seen you, doesn't even know you exist, would look at that list and decide based on the names alone who they pick to become permanent staff. Half the time, they would just throw the list away and not even look at it. But we were told point blank to our faces that if we refuse overtime, the chances of our contract being renewed is very small. That was literally told to us straight out. It's not written in your 3-month contract that you have to do overtime. It's not stated in there that overtime is mandatory. But if you didn't do it, chances are you would basically not get your contract renewed. And I saw so many people who, for whatever real life reason, couldn't actually do it and make it, and their contracts weren't renewed. It was a very cutthroat business. Yeah, no, Steve, that's not how it works. So, there's a lot of stories that, or things that I've seen when I used to work in the tech industry, and some of it is really shocking, really, really shocking of what they do. And the only reason that they do it isn't because, uh, well, the only reason they do it is because they know that they have the backing of the senior management above them to do it, and they know that they can get away with it. So I don't think this is more of a Pierre problem. I think this is a problem with the people above him, HR and so forth, because they are the ones enabling Pierre Hintz to do this. Because all they care about is results. And as long as he's getting results, they don't give two shits how he actually gets their results. Again, when I used to work on this multi-million pound project, they didn't care what our project manager put us through, what kind of distress, you know, anything. It didn't matter. As long as the project was delivered, and that's all that mattered. It didn't matter that the project was mismanaged. It didn't matter that the project was understaffed. It didn't matter that the, you know, project was under budgeted. None of that mattered. All that mattered was the project delivered? Yes or no? Yes. But they don't care about the buzz. It's so this stems quite high up, and I don't think that's often kind of ever communicated. So maybe this Pierre guy is a total piece of shit. I don't know. But from my experience, they're only acting like this because they've got the mandate to act like this. Woodpit, they can't. But most of these places, generally, like especially if you're in QA, you don't get a full time contract. They give you, and now because of how popular it was in the US, 0 hour contracts are really popular in the games industry here. So even if they can cut your hours to 0 hours now, you're not working, but you're still technically employed. So you can't even go to, the job center to sign on. You can't claim housing benefit or anything like that because you're jobless, because you've got no money coming in, because you're still technically employed. 0 hour is one of the most evilest things that came into and has been adopted in the games industry. I will do, Paul. See, here's the thing. If you told me to get the fuck out, I'm out. I'm just walking out and I won't come back. I've done that before. They thought I was joking. They called me the next day and said, "Why aren't you at work?" And I said, "They told me to leave, so I left." I'm just sending my email of resignation to you now, straight up. All right, boys. I guess that's the end of the stream. Bye. No, I'm kidding. Woodpit, yeah, but 0 hour contracts are just horrible, and we never used to have it in this country, but now we do. If I put the outro on, it would physically end the stream. It would physically end the stream because I'm not streaming through OBS. I'm actually streaming through StreamYard, which I'm going to change from maybe next week. I'm going to try something different, a different layout, and see how that works. Wait, you guys aren't actually listening to the video? What the fuck?
What's up, everyone?
I'm here
This is
listening to the
Rebs
video and
and
wondering-
Go Birds. Over the past few years, I've uploaded video reports about how the Halo franchise is being mismanaged by leadership. And every time I upload one of these reports, people who worked with leadership reach out
none
to
of you are
thank
actually telling me that you
confirm what I
can't see the video.
reported, and share their own experiences. Due to how
No wonder
often
Paul
I
is
hear
telling
from
me to
these
play the video,
victims of
'cause you can't see
horrible
what I'm playing.
leadership and the damning details of their stories, I've decided to dedicate myself to being a voice for these individuals who are trapped behind non-disclosure agreements and fear retaliation by their former leaders. Recently, I've received a lot of information from current and former Halo Studios employees who've worked at the studio within the past year about their experiences with leadership and how they're destroying the Halo franchise. Before I share this information, I want to stress how important it is for you to share this report and voice your concerns across social media. People need to hear what's going on at Halo Studios, and this will be our only chance at forcing Microsoft to make leadership changes to improve the Halo franchise and how employees are treated. Now, let's begin. The Halo franchise is dealing with serious difficulties, which mainly stem from the head of studio, Pierre Hintz. Pierre has been reported to human resources multiple times by multiple employees for several different reasons. He mistreats employees, his decisions are destroying the Halo franchise, and everyone I've spoken to says he is not a qualified leader. To explain what I'm talking about, I'm going to list off a bunch of examples. He constantly berates the development teams, so much so that they don't even want to show their work for fear of him blowing up at them. A memo was delivered from the engineering team regarding work-life balance, and Pierre responded, "I don't give a fuck." And he often downplays employees' questions about becoming full-time or getting better opportunities. Someone who...
Now you can kind of understand why I was giving those examples earlier, because it makes a lot more sense if you was watching the video. But one thing I will say is that the gaming industry, especially as the production cycle goes on, the development cycle goes on, it can get very hairy. It can get very, how can I say, nerve-wracking, and not nerve-wracking, that's not the word I'm looking for, but intense. As your due date comes along and as you're getting ready for those milestones, you start putting in a lot more hours towards the end. And yes, you get paid for it. You know, they do pay you for it, but it's very demanding. One thing I will say, especially with the games industry, it's definitely not for someone that's got a kind of rich family life that they like to spend dedicated days with, because especially in the games industry, that's at times just not possible. That work-life balance, especially in the games industry, does not exist. It's a cultural thing. It just doesn't exist. It's a bit better in just like the tech industry as a whole, but in the games industry, it doesn't exist. There'll be days where you're working 15 hours a day and you just got to power through for that week or 2 weeks until the project is delivered. It's just one of those things. It's just one of, it's something that you come to getting accustomed to. And once the timelines start getting really tight and tensions are, pressure is being applied from the top, which is then being felt by your line manager, he or she will then pass that pressure on to you, and things can get a bit murky. I think the key there is just don't take things personally. You can clearly see everyone is on edge during submission time and delivery time because it's all hands on deck. And, crunch is just the thing. It's going to happen, whether people like it or not. You cannot eliminate it. No project will ever run as smoothly as that to avoid crunch. It's just part of the industry. So I don't know if some of that is actually playing here, because we don't know the timelines of when Pierre, allegedly was getting pissed off in this way. Because at the end of the day, if he's getting dogpiled on from the top, that's only going to filter down through the team. And if people are not pulling their weight or delivering properly, it's just going to add even more pressure, and tempers are going to rise.
Recently left Halo Studios and worked closely with leadership, says, I was verbally blasted by Pierre. It's emotional and shocking. And to this day, I cannot believe Microsoft HR and Microsoft Legal did not give me the time of day. Pierre literally told me to get the fuck out of the studio. It traumatized me. Another former employee who dealt with Pierre's mistreatment is Michael Farney, who was head of production and the executive producer for Campaign Evolved. Michael has known Pierre for years, was good friends with him, and even called him family. But Pierre was very cruel to Michael and berated him during Campaign Evolved's development, which was not going well. Because of this, Michael was demoted.
When you turn around and say berated, you need to be more specific. What was said? If he turned around and said, yo, Mikey, this ain't good enough. Come on, that's fine. But if he turned around to him and started swearing at him and throwing chairs at him, that's a bit different, right? So I think context here, timing, there's a lot of variables here. At no point should anyone be abused at work. I'm not advocating for that at all. And no one should stand up for it. Reporting them to HR is the right thing to do to set things, get things settled down. But context matters, I think. Take it easy, Paul.
A medical leave and was quietly let go by Pierre during his medical leave. Pierre verbally abused the entire Campaign Evolved team because they were very far behind on the project. Campaign Evolved was in rough shape due to Pierre's severe mismanagement, but he blamed the developers. It was...
that's literally what everyone does. They will always blame the development team for their mismanagement. But then, the development team have a responsibility to make that known. And if it's known and HR doesn't do anything about it, it means Pierre has the backing of HR and even higher to continue doing what he's doing.
Poorly planned and managed because of him. He did nothing to work on a roadmap, did not plan things out correctly, and constantly changed priorities for the development team. As a side note, there are more details about Campaign Evolved's development and how it affected Project Ecker's development that I'm going to share in my next report. I want to stress something that's very important. A lot of people worked very hard to salvage Campaign Evolved. The development team rallied and saved the project, and deserve praise for digging the game out of the hole that was created by Pierre.
This is the thing, right? And this is something that I constantly said at my workplace. If you want change to happen, if you want people higher up to notice that things have gone bad, let the project fail. Miss the deadlines. So those questions, when they from the higher ups, will be asked to the developers directly. It won't just be asked to the management. It will be asked, filtered down, and it will be asked with them as well. Why did this happen? Why was this missed? Why is this your level of output? And I've said this a number of times where I worked, where the certain project leaders were just absolutely shit, to the point where, especially on the projects that I worked, me and this front-end developer would pretty much run the day-to-day running of the project in order to make sure it's being run correctly. which we shouldn't do because it's not our jobs. And in the end, we just decided to let the project fail. And then the questions were asked. Why is this not delivered? And then we explained everything. And that's when things got exposed. If you genuinely want change, you let the project fail. Because then the ones truly responsible are the ones that are going to have full accountability. If you constantly do the BioWare magic, where everyone chips in on the last second, performs heroics and miracles and everything just to get it over the line, the project successfully delivered. Pat on the back to the project manager, pat on the back to the senior manager, development team, thumbs up, that's it. No questions are asked. In the, the aftermath stand-up, everyone just talks about what went right. No one cares about what went wrong. Off to the next project where the same shit happens all over again. Let the project fail. Let the questions that need to be asked get asked. And then you'll see change.
People want and are trying to make Halo succeed, but Pierre is leading the studio and franchise to ruin. So, how did someone like Pierre manage to become the head of Halo Studios? I'm told Matt Booty hired Pierre, but the person who really stood up for Pierre and is the main reason why he became the leader of Halo Studios is Craig Duncan. Apparently, Craig, who worked alongside Matt Booty at Midway Games and was the studio head of Rare before becoming head of Xbox Game Studio, has known Pierre for a long time and was supposed.
Rachel, most of the reasons why games fail is due to just strife. And there's 3 reasons: mismanagement of the team, not making a game that people want to play, and overburning a budget to the point where you can no longer deliver based on that project, and then you have to strip out everything and deliver the minimum viable product. But generally, it's the first 2, and the third one chips in at the end because they've overspent.
To mentor him, but rarely did since Craig was in London. Craig's LinkedIn page mentions
Craig. What? It's Craig. 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 Say it with me, chat. Craig. Not Craig. Craig.
That he mentored studio heads during his time at Rare. Other people in leadership positions have caused problems for the studio and franchise too. I previously reported that Chris Matthews, who is the studio art director, hired a bunch of his friends he had worked with for roles at Halo Studios instead of choosing the most qualified candidates. This was publicly confirmed on LinkedIn by former art director Glenn Israel, whom I'll mention again shortly. Also, Chris was reported.
See, I don't have a problem with this. He's saying this is a problem. I don't have a problem with this. See, if he's taking the responsibility to bring in all these art, creative people, that's fine. But now the responsibility is on him for those people to deliver. And if they don't, he's accountable for it because he didn't pick the best people for the role. So it's fine that he's doing that. And if they deliver, happy days. But if they don't, then he should be the one that's responsible for it. Not the people that he brought in, him. Sole responsibility should be with him and him only. But that's not what happens half the time.
To human resources multiple times, including for saying inappropriate things to coworkers, and HR made him apologize to his team during a meeting. Another person I was told about is Halo Studios' Chief Operating Officer, Elizabeth Van Wyck. She's responsible for the studio's money and how it's spent, but someone who worked closely with leadership said she was always doing personal things, such as taking vacations, instead of going to work and focusing on the Halo franchise. The last thing I want to discuss is a game developer report by Brian.
And if she's got holiday built up, what's that to anyone else? She's not exactly going to disappear and go on annual leave while she's on the clock, they'll fire her. And honestly, I don't think they have that much of a job to do anyway, outside of, hey, the numbers look good this week. Happy days. Same time next week? Cool.
Francis, which includes information from Glenn Israel. Glenn offered a detailed account of his time at Halo Studios, noting that during one 9-month period, he simultaneously served in 3 director-level positions on 3 different projects. Xbox recognized him with a special service award for pulling triple duty.
Remember what I was saying? How me and my friend were pretty much running the projects, and we were doing this for multiple projects to make sure that they were being run correctly. This is exactly what they're talking about here, because the senior management or the project lead just can't do the job, and it's falling apart. So the staff themselves feel like it's their responsibility to make sure that they do it right and get the things rolling, because in the end, it's only going to cascade and become worse for them. So if we don't actually do it, it becomes a bigger headache down the road. And that's why, me and my friend, the front-end developer, we were usually taking on that responsibility to make sure the projects ran as smooth as we possibly could do within the means that we had them. And yeah, sure, we'd get a pat on the back, but that's not the point. You don't want the pat on the back. What you want is accountability as to why that guy over there, who's getting paid 3 times as what you're getting paid, is sitting there doing jack shit and getting paid while I'm doing their work. And that's why we stopped doing it. And we let the projects fail. And then that person got fired. And then we waved them goodbye as they left the building.
Despite that, he was laid off from the studio in late 2025, with his separation agreement stating that his role of art director was no longer necessary. But a month after Glenn's departure, an artist was given his art director position. Glenn said he was laid off after filing complaints over the behavior of Pierre Hintz and Chris Matthews. He told Game Developer that he witnessed firsthand or was personally subjected to numerous unethical and/or unlawful acts committed by the 2 executives.
Again, what does that mean? What does that actually mean? Like, you can't just say that without actually saying what it was. You kind of have to state what those things were, right? You can't just make that claim and not actually say what it was. But yeah, if you're going to complain against your line manager or your studio lead, then you got to be prepared that you potentially can lose your job, because they're going to make your life a living hell and they're going to want you out. So that's something you've got to be prepared for. It sucks, but it's just the way it is.
These acts include blacklisting, fraud regarding compensation, rampant cronyism, and multiple harassment campaigns designed to provoke the constructive discharge of unwanted employees otherwise in good standing. Hopefully, everyone can now clearly understand why Halo Studios leadership needs to change. If you do understand, I kindly ask you to help spread awareness by sharing this report across social.
Okay, so here's my take on this, right? Here's my take on this. If the game is delivered and it comes out as a 10 out of 10 game, the first time a Halo is going to get 10 out of 10 across the board, do you think anyone's going to care how he treated them? He's going to be hailed as a king for Halo. If it comes out that the game flops and doesn't live up to any hype whatsoever and reviews are bad, sales are bad, then he'll be out first thing Monday morning. And that's how this works. It needs accountability, and this is what Asher Sharma was saying, that they're removing they're actually putting people now in place where these decisions are made, and those people are now accountable for things going wrong. Right now, they don't have fingers to point. But with the new direction that Asher's gone in, they will have fingers to point. And that's the whole point of it. a hybrid Xbox console lately because I think it has gone. I don't know, Rabbi. I honestly don't know. Look, no game development is ever smooth. Every game development is going to have its ups and downs. I've experienced it with multiple projects, be it Sega Rally, be it Sonic, and more. Right? I've worked on at least about 8 or 9 different projects, including Football Manager, and no project is smooth sailing. It will always have its ups and downs. It's going to have its moments in development where things get a bit hairy and tensions are high because things are just not working. I remember when I was working on Virtua Tennis, and we were getting the codes, the builds sent through, uh, and it just wasn't working. And we had a strict deadline to deliver it by the the end of March. Otherwise, if we didn't deliver it by the end of March, the books would lose 3 million euros that are projected to sell. But they would, if it delivered before the 1st of April, the 3 million euros would be billed for the previous fiscal year because the game launched, and those were the projected sales for it. So there's a lot of things and a lot of variables that go on with this sort of thing. So at times it's not going to be smooth sailing. And if people are expecting to be coddled and for the games industry to be, a low pressure environment, they should find another job. Rabbi, I'll probably buy the next one regardless of what it is, as long as the price is right and I can afford it. I wonder if the staff are just overly sensitive versus it being straight bad management. I think it's a bit of both. I think in today's generation of people, uh, I feel like there's just too much. Um, people are way too sensitive. They're way too. I don't want to use the word melodramatic in a way that's undermining, but people take offense way too much to the stupidest things. And so you could just look at someone that's not normal, right? I don't know, with frown or something, or crossed eyebrows, and they will take offense to that and report you to HR. People believe that they're untouchable and they live in this fairy glass window where nothing bad can be said about them. Well, they're fucking wrong. And if they want to live in that bubble of theirs, good luck. But that's not how the real world works. So I think there's a bit of both. You've got certain managers who will not give a crap and they will just be brutish all the way through because it's their personality. You can either work with that or not. But I also feel that if you go back, I don't know, 15, 20 years and look at the way staff used to work and then look at it today, the ones today are nothing but fairies. They can't take anything. Oh, but he said this. Oh, but she said this. And that's it. You got a HR complaint straight away. Man, you can't even say nothing on Xbox Live without getting your account banned. Can you imagine the COD lobbies when COD first came out on the 360 and having those discussions today? There'd be no one left at Xbox. The fact is that society has become really, really, really soft, and they believe that they're entitled to everything, and that's just not the way it works. Man, I still remember those COD lobbies. Man. They were crazy. No, I won't say not everything is bad has changed, but what I mean, in general, I think society has just gotten really, really softer. And that is very sad to see, right? I think overall, it's definitely gotten worse. I mean, the fact that you can go, you can go to prison for misgendering someone. Like, what the fuck are we even doing? Right? We're at that level. You can sue someone for misgendering them. It's like, come on, man. People are just too soft. It's just silly. Right? It's silly. I've seen people getting 6 months, 2 years in prison for misgendering someone, or getting like a 2 million payout for misgendering someone. Fuck, that's stupid, man. So, there's problems. But according to Bloomberg, moving past that, Microsoft has internally admitted that launching its games day one on Game Pass has been a failed gamble that is destroying its own revenues. Now, it's coming from Bloomberg, so I'm just take it with a grain of salt. The leak revealed by Bloomberg exposes its financial hole, massive cannibalization. Management assumes that players prefer to pay for the sub rather than the game at 70. Well, obviously. I mean, someone in my chat turned around and recently said, I'm not going to buy Gears. I'm just going to sub to it when it comes out, play it for that month, finish the game, play whatever else I can, and then move on and unsub again. So obviously, it is cannibalizing your sales. If you're offering me an option to play the game for $10, I'm going to play it for $10. Like, what did you think people were going to choose? Sinking direct sales of Xbox's AAA titles by up to 80%. Call of Duty Disaster, internal analysts estimated that putting the flagship franchise into service has cost the company about $300 million in lost revenue. I don't believe this at all. I think this number is arbitrary. I think this number was planted there for the sole purpose to get this game off the service. I think this was a long game that they put in there from the very beginning at the time, and I don't believe this whatsoever, because I don't buy COD at all, right? I don't buy it. I don't really play COD. However, I did get the Vault editions this time round for the last 2 games, right? So that's money that they got off me. Because I had it available to me, my kid bought microtransactions that they wouldn't have got, right? The skins for Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 because he enjoyed some of those skins, so I bought them for him. But again, that's money they would not have got from me. And there are loads of people like me out there. So I don't believe for a second that this 300 million is entirely true, because they made way more than the purchase price from me alone with the Vault editions and the microtransactions I bought for each game. So, who was this? No, I'm not going to tell you that. Internal war. Multiple executives have outright opposed this strategy, arguing that current model devalues their blockbuster productions. I mean, I've heard this from the very beginning, that people weren't happy with Game Pass from day one. So that's nothing true. I know, right, Steve? I wonder who would have done that. So, I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, some of this is just common knowledge, right? It's like common sense. Now, the one that isn't common sense is this one. Arcane Studios' Marvel Blade budget was approved for 94 million euros. Arcane Studios approved in 2023 with a budget more than 94 million euros for 91 million euros of expenditure in France from 2023 to 2026. The game's budget will be well over 100 million if released. So they're already over. So as of right now, they've overspent their budget, which is not good. So now they're not making money. Now they're losing money on the project. So, for example, and I don't know some of you know how this works, but essentially, they'll go and say to Marvel, "Hey, Marvel, we want to build this game," and Marvel will say, "Right, well, we want X amount of money," and then they'll say, "Well, we're going to pitch it to you," and so they do a pitch. Marvel likes it, and they pitch it for say 100 million, right? Internally, they'll say, "Right, you've got 90 million to work with. That 10 million is profit," and then they use that 90 million. But you've got that 10 million buffer there, which they don't want you to touch. But if you have to, fair enough. And then they burn that 10 million as well. And then they're now at the 100 million, which is what was originally paid for by Marvel. And now they're spending another 10 million on top of that, which now comes out of Microsoft's pockets. So the money that Marvel would have paid them to make this game is now gone. And now they're paying money out of their own pocket to deliver the game, which means they're actually losing money now. Have a good night, Steve. So, not good. This is, this doesn't bode well for the game. It's not good. This one, I think, was a bit of a surprise. Microsoft never cancelled Rise series. They just stopped working on it. Apparently, when they were building the game, they had to strip like a whole bunch of stuff from Rise. And because they needed to hit the launch date for the console, the Xbox One. But it wasn't ever cancelled by management. The development team studio just decided to stop working on it, which is weird. PlayStation fans haven't gone to POTUS yet, but they have gone to the EU to try and get PlayStation discs reimbursed. It didn't work. EU cannot stop Sony and other developers from scrapping physical discs, says the EU commissioner. So the EU is not getting involved. Again, they're fighting for the wrong things, right? Rise was a Kinect game at first. That doesn't surprise me. Sony is in full panic mode right now, apparently, because PS5 games have been emulated ish. They've got the title screen working, and that's about it. But the game does boot on PC. That's crazy, and I don't think Sony's going to be very happy with this. I think I can see them shutting this down very, very, very quickly. I thought it had something to do with Crytek. I'm not sure. Hey man, don't you remember, Tegan? They went to POTUS and was tagging POTUS for the ABK deal not to go through. I still remember that. It was kind of sad, but it happened. I mean, he's always making a thing video. I told you guys, that guy literally just makes videos because he knows people will watch it and get outraged by it. Which is kind of sad. So this guy decided that I'm going to be relevant by saying PlayStation doesn't make the prices of the games. The publishers do. However, I have confirmed that from the case that's pending from 2025, Sony does dictate the prices for their digital games. This guy is just outright lying. I don't know why, but maybe he's like a Marathon fan and he's seen the player numbers, so he doesn't want to talk about Marathon and decided that he's going to lie about the physical disc games. I don't know, but this isn't it. Those numbers just aren't good. Those numbers aren't good. They're always doing something with Crunchyroll. Where did you send it? By the way, we've got 2 videos. Might be able to get through both of them. One is from MBG admitting that As I predicted, he's jumping. Well, PlayStation's digital-only future looks bleak. And there's another one that Devastator sent. New leaked lies. Oh, is Xbox dead? Forget that one. Reforge says Xbox leaked report Game Pass stream is over. Or the margin war has begun. PlayStation's digital fortress. That sounds a little more interesting. So let me know which one you guys want. I'm gonna have a look and see where you sent that stuff to me from. This might be on Is it on Discord? Oh, there it is. Crunchyroll is receiving backlash from fans, especially collectors, after putting its online store behind a subscription. Oof. Starting in August, you'll need one of these free memberships to access the Crunchyroll store. Fan $9.99 a month, no store access. What? So what do you get access to with $9.99? Mega Fan $13.99, you get store access. Ultimate Fan $17.99. Crunchyroll says the new store will focus on exclusive merchandise, limited edition items, and other member perks. It is also introducing new final sale rules, meaning some products can't be returned unless damaged or defective. Oh, so this is actually merch, right? This is changing how people buy merch. That's crazy. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. But let's spare a moment and give our condolences to Marathon. I don't think it's going to last as long as Sony hopes it will. Lao Fei is coming out next year. It's not in the 19 games releasing this year. That Sony released a video with 19 games releasing this year. It's not a part of that, but Santa Monica has confirmed that will be available on disc, which confirms it's going to be released in 2027. So for those of you that were looking forward to it and want a physical, just know that this will be the last God of War you get as a physical game. I don't know what's going on about this, but apparently a lot of people are really upset about Ubisoft Barcelona and have begun a strike to protest planned layoffs at the studio just days after the remake's successful launch. I'm guessing a lot of them were probably contractors and stuff, but the project is done and off they go, which is pretty much expected. I don't know if any of you have seen this. The game is called Crimson Maid.
Sin, lust, guilt, and redemption.
It releases tomorrow.
If a victim takes revenge, are they justified? If a villain tries to right their past misdeeds, can they be forgiven? Or we all cursed to bear the weight of our past for eternity.
I still don't know what this game is.
Explore a magnificent mansion and its lush estate. Join me. At the heart of it all, unearth the mysteries
Doesn't that sound like Jennifer English?
and shape the outcome.
I don't know. It's made by a small studio, I think. There is a demo available on PC, but it is releasing on Steam, PS5. It's kind of like D, if you remember that. I do remember it, actually. Hey, Face. It doesn't look like it, but that was kind of cool. Just plowing through these last bits, and then we can check out some video, videos and react to those. Mouse PI for Hire has officially reached 1 million players across all platforms, which is great. That's a massive celebration to them, and they are thankful for it. They've made a profit, and they can work on new projects. I know T-Gan, but they believe that they have perfect rights. I think I can finally now jump into Monster Hunter Wilds. It's getting a permanent price drop on August the 5th and 6th, with new DLC bundles launching the same time. Capcom will also discontinue the current deluxe and premium editions and replace them with a gold edition that includes all cosmetic DLC. So basically, everyone is buying it because of her. But now's the time where I can jump into Monster Hunter. I'm not a huge Monster Hunter fan. I usually play for the story. Yes, I know. What story? But I don't like the end game. The end game is too grindy for me. So right now I'm in the process of playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, which is amazing, by the way. And it's absolutely such a good game. But I was previously running through Resident Evil 2 Remake, and I'm going to do 3 Remake and 4 Remake over at Twitch. So if you're interested in that, definitely check me out over at Twitch. But it looks like Resident Evil 1 Remake has started pre-production around August, September last year. So we may actually see that revealed sometime this year, as well as Code Veronica, which is kind of cool. So I'll add that to my list to play, as well as Downpour, if I can ever find a good price for it. Cygames, who have been missing for centuries, first AAA title Project Awakening is still in development after 10 years. Production to speed up significantly going forward, aiming for hyper photorealism, open world game based on 13th century Europe using Unreal Engine 5. Good luck to them. 10 years, this game is not making a profit. And I think that's the last thing I have. Yep. All right, let's check out some reacts then. If there's World was good. I enjoyed World. All right, chat. So we've got 2, right? We've got the MBG video and we've got the Devastator video from Reforge, which is The Margin War has begun, PlayStation's Digital Fortress. He's got another one called Xbox Leaked Report. The Game Pass stream is over. And obviously, DCG just released his new video, which it's new, so I don't watch new videos. I let them. I broke that last week because I didn't realize the video was only up for 7 hours. I only like to show videos, react to videos that are over 24 hours long, which is generally the window where they get most of their views. I know I don't have many viewers in here, but still. Tempted to buy Black Flag? It's a good game, man. So what do you guys pick? MBG or Reforge? Exactly, Cesano. That's my point. Oh, the Game Pass one's a day. The PlayStation one, it's a day. The Game Pass one is for Thursday. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, cool. So which one do you guys want? Reforge? Okay. Let's do Reforge. In fact, we could probably get away with doing both the Reforges. All right, boys. God damn it.
war has begun. Within the last few weeks, the entire roadmap for the modern console ecosystem has completely changed. But despite what the loudest voices on the internet are telling you, this is not a story about declining industries or platform holders panicking. It's a story about leverage. When Sony officially made the announcement confirming their indication that they would be ending physical discs in 2028, the internet went into a frenzy. But if you think this is about combating rising AAA development costs, you're missing the rest of the picture. The traditional console wars, as you know them, are dead. The margin wars have officially begun, and Sony is pulling up the drawbridge to establish a PlayStation digital fortress. And their first move in doing this was ending the PC experiment. To understand exactly why this is happening, you have to look back.
No. See, the PC experiment, listen to me, right? Sony did they played 4D chess here, right? They were like, oh, you guys want games off PC? Okay, that works for us. That means you can't, if we want to ever do anything stupid with your games, you can't go and bootleg them and get them. That works for us. We're good with that. That's what actually happened. They were happy to take it off PC because now you don't have another avenue. Now you just trapped yourself. See, with Xbox, you get pissed off with what Microsoft is doing on Xbox and you ain't happy with it, go to PC, man. PC's right there. They get all the games day and date. It's a bit more expensive. But you know what? Buying one of these, probably one of the cheapest handhelds you can get right now, right? Xbox LIX, great way to get into PC gaming. Really good device. And happy days. Right? But man, Sony played them for a fiddle. They literally just got done. They gave Sony a golden goose by saying, we want out of PC. They just removed all their options, which is crazy.
At the corporate narrative we've been fed for the last few years. Many were claiming that the future of gaming was completely platform agnostic, that skyrocketing budgets for prestige single-player games would inevitably force Sony to launch their biggest games day and date on PC. But look at the position that PlayStation's actually operating from. The PS5 ecosystem is holding market dominance, and because they hold the cards, they are trying to dictate the terms. During a recent town hall, Sony leadership turned the entire multi-platform narrative on its head.
Wait, how are you saying that that's a positive? How are you saying that Sony is literally holding you captive and giving you no choice whatsoever and telling you how to spend your money and where to spend? Wait, how is that even possible? How can you actually be openly okay with supporting something like this? I don't understand. How is this even possible?
Single-player, narrative-driven blockbusters are staying locked to PlayStation hardware. No day and date on PC, no compromises, no future ports. Now, why the sudden shift? Because the numbers came back and the executive team realized that multi-platform experiment, well, it failed the margin test. When you break down the updated Herman Hulse PlayStation PC strategy, the logic is clear. Multiplayer live service titles like Helldivers need the raw scale of PC to survive, but prestige single-player blockbusters exist for an entirely different purpose. Look,
I'm going to say this thing, right? If you release your game staggered, 9 out of 10, it's going to sell poorly. Look, Dispatch is releasing on Xbox soon. We may even see it shadow dropped at Gamescom. But the reality is, it's not going to have the success it had when it first came out. That hype window is gone. That window where everyone was cheering for it and was excited for it and whatnot, that is gone. It's finished. So you're not going to get that. It's done with. Right? So what you're going to get is the people who haven't yet bought the game that are potentially going to be happy with buying it, but that number is going to be a lot less. Like, look at Black Myth Wukong. It arrived on Xbox, but I already had it day one on PC because my kid wanted it. I would have bought it on Xbox, but it wasn't available. And at that time, he was playing on Xbox and PC. But he got so pissed off at having to wait for a year or more for games coming to Xbox that he fully migrated to PC. So did my other son. They haven't looked back a single second. They don't care. Xbox and Sony can do whatever they want. They've now migrated to PC, and there's nothing, not even Game Pass, could convince them to go back to console gaming, because they just have the complete freedom of being able to get their games on any store at any price they can find that's the cheapest, and it will just work. Is it actually going to be on Game Pass? Well, then, even less reason. I hope what they do with Dispatch, though, is they add the content that they cut. There was a lot of content that was cut, and the director said that they were going to add that content. So hopefully they do for the Xbox version.
Are anchors. When Sony brings a massive exclusive to PC, they don't get to keep all the profit. They have to hand over a cut to Valve, paying Steam 30% of the revenue. For a single-player game that costs $250 million or more to produce, giving up nearly a third of your gross revenue to third-party storefronts works against your profitability on a platform where single-player titles typically fall off sales-wise within about a month. More importantly, internal financial data proved that while PC ports generated quick cash infusions, they did absolutely nothing to create console platform stickiness. PC players bought the port, played.
Look, PC players are not moving to any console. Once you go to PC and you experience the freedom of PC, it's very hard to go back to console. If you have a hybrid relationship with console and PC, that's fine. You'll be bouncing between them. But if you fully go to PC and that's your new home, you're not buying a console. Consoles can't give you the freedom or the luxuries that a PC can. It's really that simple. So for Sony to expect, when Phil was saying, we hope to make conversions, that was all rubbish. None of them actually expect that, because it's never going to happen.
On their rigs, and most of them stayed on PC. Some crossed over into the PlayStation ecosystem, but not enough to matter. Sony realized that they were subsidizing another platform's ecosystem with their best IP, and they put a stop to it. Now, this actually makes even more sense of why they're pulling a digital lockdown. Now that they're locking down the software border, Sony is turning their attention to the hardware border. And this is where the 2028 physical media deadline connects directly to the math of pushing for control. We've already seen the structural precedent for this. Look at how they aggressively did this. Sony handled their legacy infrastructure recently, shutting down storefronts like PS3 and Vita networks to funnel the active user base into more modern centralized digital pipelines. They know exactly how powerful.
Did you also notice that, right? Sony actually closed down the Vita and the PS Vita stores, and no one chimed in at all. No one cares. Do you remember all the commotion that came about when Sony was closing down the PS3 store and how they got it stopped and Sony backtracked from it? And now Sony is just throwing it in there because they know that the physical one is a bigger debate problem. So they just slid that in, knowing that no one would care about it, because they clearly didn't care about it before either. That's insane. That is insane. I don't care what anyone says. The fact that they actually are still closing the PS3 store, which, don't get me wrong, it's within their rights to do it. It's their store. The console's been dead for how long now? But come on, man. These people were literally fighting for this, and now no one cares. Nobody cares. That's as far as it will go, because I'll get copyrighted, and I'm sick of fighting copyright material. But it's insane, man. It's absolutely insane.
A closed ecosystem is. When you buy a physical disc at a brick and mortar retailer, the piece of plastic doesn't just sit on your shelf, it enters the secondary economy. The single physical copy of a game can be sold, traded, returned, or resold 5 or 6 times over its lifespan. Players pass.
That is why it's happening. Right there. That is why Sony is doing this. It isn't about the monopoly. It isn't about anything else. Or the production cost of pressing discs. The reason why they're doing it is because they want to kill the secondhand market, which no one is really talking about. All they're talking about is, oh, I can buy my game physical. I want my physical games. But this is why they're doing it. And when Xbox One tried this, oh, but you're killing the secondhand market. Who's crying about the secondhand market right now? No one. They're just saying, I want my physicals. I want my physicals. But the reality is, this is why it's happening. Right? This is the reason. No other reason. That's the reason.
It around, they buy it used, or they trade it to a friend, or just give it to their friend. And across that entire secondary life cycle, Sony captures exactly $0. By executing a hard pivot away from physical media, Sony is completely rewriting the rules of used game market economics. They are eliminating the secondhand market with the turn of a key. If there's no disk drive, well, there's no alternative market. Every single transaction, every single piece of DLC, every software purchase must go through one singular gate.
How about introducing ways for me to trade in my copy of the license? I've played it. I don't want it anymore. Xbox had this done. But once their whole DRM thing went out the window, they took that away as well, and it never really came back. But why not introduce something like that, where you can just relinquish the license and it goes back to the development team and you lose access to it, but you get some money back in return? Why don't we do that?
Digital PlayStation Store. But the secondary market isn't the real reason behind them doing this to benefit their margins. Now, before we even talk about controlling prices within their storefront, we have to talk about the reality of a video game retailer and what the margins do to operational cost, as well as shipping those physical discs. Recent reports from industry figures like Jason Schreier have laid out the raw math of why physical retail has become a financial drain for platform holders. When you purchase a $70 disc or first-party game from PlayStation and you're getting it from Best Buy or Walmart, Sony does not get the $70. The retailer takes a baseline cut, usually around 20 to 25% right off the top. Then you have to factor in the physical logistics, physical game production costs, the plastic cases, printing the artwork, Blu-ray replication, shipping pallets across oceans, domestic.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If that's the case, right? Let's say, for example, retailers take 25% of the purchase price, and it costs $10 to do the production and retail logistics per. I'm making that a huge assumption there. What if they just said to the people, right, we will offer you physical, digital is going to remain cheaper at $59.99, but physical is going to be anywhere from $79.99 to $84.99, because we're going to pass on the cost that it costs us over to you. Do you think people would be happy with that? But Sony doesn't want to make that cost. Or maybe they can find a way, right, where they make it so when the PS6 comes out and you put the disc in, it physically etches your machine's, I don't know, it writes one byte of code onto your disc, which means that you can't trade it anymore. Because the whole point of this is that they want to get rid of the secondhand market. So if there's any way for them to actually do that, they will do it. Yeah. What if the buyer saw the game in a physical store? Not everyone is hardcore. What do you mean, Woodpit? Oh yeah, everything is viewed as a cost, I understand that. I've got no disillusions about that at all. I know that things are seen as a cost, and you know, I don't know. I think there's a solution to it, but I don't think that solution is one that people will like. Because the only solution that can be found is that that cost is going to get passed on to the consumers.
Trucking and warehousing inventory. By the time that piece of plastic clears the retail counter, Sony is only keeping an estimated $45 from the initial $70 purchase. And that is only for first-party games. Third-party releases mean an even smaller cut for Sony. Now, throw something else on top of this. Raw materials and shipping costs are set to continue to go up every year. This makes those margins per sale get worse each time those costs go up. Compare all this to the digital profit margin. When you buy that exact same game on the native PlayStation Store, the logistic cost vanishes. The retail cut drops to zero. Sony.
I mean, basically, yeah, that's where people are going to go, Devastator. Thank you for the 2. That is exactly what we're talking about.
Keeps the entire $70 of all of their first-party game sales. They also keep the full 30% scrape for every third-party game sale. That is an immediate and automatic profit increase of over 50% on a single.
I don't get it. Why is he on the side of Corpo? Don't get me wrong. I understand you want the company to be successful and everything and whatnot, but why is he on the side of Corpo? Like, shouldn't he be wanting better consumer rights, better choice? I mean, especially with the way Sony has handled everything that they've done over the past, well, forever. How can you fully trust Sony to, look after your stuff? Like, I don't understand. Like, what has Sony done to deserve that level of trust? Luna. Mate, you turned round, woke her up, got her all excited, and then you're running away. That is mean. Chat, isn't he being mean? Isn't Minnie being mean? He got her all excited, played with her, rubbing her belly for like 30 seconds, and then is making a fast dash out the room.
Unit of software. Multiply that and increase it to the millions of purchases that are made every year. And the math becomes completely devastating.
So the 85% digital number is more than likely accurate. Now, people are saying they're including DLCs and other stuff or digital-only games that are available, that are digitally only available, but that's irrelevant, right? The DLCs are factored into a separate bracket, so it's not part of game sales. The only part that becomes a little bit gray area is whether you include certain games that are released that are digital only into that bracket of people buying digital games. DLCs, if you look at Sony's earnings call, DLCs and expansions and microtransactions, they're in a separate bucket to the digital sales. The only thing that's a gray area right now is should games that are only digitally available be inside that 85%, or should they only compare it with games that have a physical to digital counterpart only? Your theory, thank you for the 2, Dev. Your theory is that Reforge is a plant by Sony? Hey, you might not be wrong. Michael Jackson said it best, Sony sucks. Did he actually say that? Interesting. Minnie is always mean and bad. Minnie again called mean. Yeah, gaming. He actually guessed it was YouTube. I didn't know. Michael said that. Physical, digital, and yeah, that's where the gray area lands. But at the end of the day, people are still buying those digital games. So that's where Sony is factoring it in. And you will never, ever, ever see the true split. But the one thing Sony has said, they are happy to lose those people that are on physical games. If you don't want to buy the PS6 and you don't want to continue buying PlayStation, they've openly came out and pretty much expressed it. When you're not worth us communicating with, you don't matter, is what they've basically more or less said. And so the amount of money that comes in from the physical community, Sony has quite, cleanly said, we don't care. We're happy to lose that money because we believe that we're going to make more of the remaining people through digital sales only.
When you look at third-party games like Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto, on a physical third-party disc sold at retail, Sony only collects a modest licensing royalty fee, historically hovering around $10 to $11. But if a player buys that exact same third-party game digitally on the PlayStation Store, Sony hits the publisher for that 30% scrape. Suddenly, that $11 royalty transforms into a $21 royalty. Sony literally doubles their revenue on every single third-party game sold under their digital roof compared to a physical disc. The physical market is actively suppressing their profit margins, and as a market leader, Sony wants to eliminate that. But there is a deeper concern here, and that is pricing control.
So here's the thing. How about a middle ground? Sony can release all their first-party games digitally, but everyone else can release it physical if they want to. They won't do that either. And you've seen a bunch of people express that they stand behind physical, which is weird because financially it doesn't make them as much money. But they're clearly just going in on the PR train to get goodwill. Like a lot of these companies, 100%, I'd say all of them would definitely want to go full digital because they'll just make more money. When you see studios or indies coming out saying, oh, we're definitely going to support physical, we don't, want to think, they're just doing that to get good PR, goodwill, so you can go and buy their games. They don't actually want that. But when the time comes and everyone fails in their bid to change Sony, they'll be like, well, man, we did fight the good fight. You can still buy a game though, right?
This isn't just about consumer convenience or just about saving money on cardboard shipping boxes. This is a pathway to pricing control. Think about how retail software pricing currently works. If a game isn't selling well, or if a store like Walmart or Target needs to clear out physical shelf space for a holiday rush, what do? Well, they slash the price. They knock that $70 game down to $40 or $30, and then they get it out the door. The physical market introduces natural price competition, or at the very least, natural price decline. Inside a 100% digital ecosystem, the competition vanishes. There's no reason to lower those prices. Sony could gain more control over software valuation. They did indicate in their blog that digital versions will be available in retailers, but they could still dictate the price on that, given it may not even be taking up shelf space or inventory space. The retailer could be interacting with the Sony marketplace when they sell somebody a digital code. So if they want a marquee title to remain at a strict $70 price point for 2 straight years, they could potentially hold it there. They could.
See, my question with that, and I understand what he's saying there, the retailer still has to get a cut from that though, right? They're not just going to get nothing from that. And historically, what we see going forward is games launching cheaper day one because the retailer themselves is taking a lower cut of that profit. They're eating into their own profit margin in the hopes that people will buy more, and so they'll make more money when people go to them and they sell out of the copies, kind of economies of scale type of thing. But if the retailers are still going to get a cut out of this, and assuming it's still going to be that 25%, then that digital game that they've got, they could easily reduce it down to 15% and pass on that 10% saving over to the consumer. And so you're still getting it cheaper. In the UK, we have a shop called online store called Shop2, and they discount their PSN cards anywhere from 5 to I think up to 15%, where they take a hit on the value of the card, on the profit margin of the card, but they sell a lot more. And so via economies of scale, they're taking that hit. Sony is still getting their money, but people are now going to them in the UK as the first point of call when it comes to buying PSN cards, because they are the cheapest. And so they get more business. And, you know, if that means sometimes people will look around the store while they're there, find something else, there's a chance that they can pick up something else along with it, which is great for business. So what difference does that make? That's the point. That's the part that I don't understand. What is it that what difference does that make between physical sales for a retailer and digital? Exactly, Diablo. But does that make sense? What I'm saying? If the retailer wants to, and they are still getting that 20% cut, they could cut their cut by 10%, pass on that savings to you. You're more inclined to, you would buy it off them instead of PSN because you're getting a 10% discount. So how does that change in the landscape today, whether it's physical or digital? Sony is still losing that money. So is this about money when it comes to retailers selling it? No. That is clearly telling you that it's not about the games being available, in the retail shops. It's got nothing to do with that. The whole purpose of this that they want to do and kill is second-hand trade-ins. That is it. The distribution will probably save them 30 to 60 million a year, which for a multi-billion-dollar company is pocket change. Like Costco, £1.50 for hot dog and soda. Exactly. But what they're doing here is getting rid of the second-hand stores, which basically take 100% of the revenue. And my question is, if they could find a way to sell you a physical game without the option of being able to trade it in, because the moment you put that into your PlayStation, it does something to the disc that will only read on your disc, on your PlayStation. Would that be something that you guys believe that the PlayStation community would be okay with, or would they still be up in arms because they can't now trade their games in? Which is what Sony is trying to do here. That's what I see. They just want the second-hand market gone. And sure, that's not great for consumers because, like I said, second-hand games are great when it comes to cheap games, except for Silent Hill Downpour, which is 90 fucking quid. I'm not paying 90 quid for a 360 game. I'm sorry. I refuse to pay that. The high seas call me instead. I'm not paying some random person on eBay up to, I've seen it up to like 300 quid. Screw that, man. The high seas are just fine. That's the only time I
control
even
the
look
sales, the discounts. They could eliminate the retail middleman entirely by cutting out the manufacturing, the shipping, the retail margin cost.
See, I don't think this is about ownership, though, Woodpit. I think to some degree it is, but Sony could, and Microsoft, right? Any one of them could release an update on your. Let's say, for example, let's say God of War Laufey, right? God of War Laufey releases, and it says, in order to run this game, you need update 6.0. The current update in your PS5 right now is 5.5. Or Halo Campaign Evolved launches, and it says on Xbox, you need update 6.6676, right? Notice how I didn't do it the other way around. So you plug it in, it updates your firmwares to 6.0, 6.6, whatever, right? But while it's doing that, because without that, you can't run your game. So now that your PS5 has got the update, you can always run your game. You've got ownership. But during the update, they've decided that mouse PI will no longer work on your PS5. You've got the physical disc, but they've now implanted a code into the firmware that says if you detect this game, be it digital or via disc, it shall not boot. They can do that at any time. Any of these companies can do that at any time via a firmware update. And that physical disc that you have becomes as valuable as a live service game that has their servers shut down. They can do that. And it's within their rights to do that. That's the scary part, right? Whether you buy it physical or not. The EULA that you sign or the agreement that you agree to at the very beginning when you do anything, it's in there that they can remove that game from you at any point, physical or live or digital. It doesn't matter. And you agree to that. But Chaos, then if you ever need to buy a new console because of Sony's poor design, then that disc becomes useless to you as well. Exactly. Oh, you're saying with the whole put a digital thing in there? I guess it'll be tied to your profile, right? It won't just be done to that machine. It'll be done to your profile. So only your profile will be able to run that specific code, that specific disk. So if you need to buy a new machine, as long as you're logging in with your profile, you can run it. Thank you for the 5, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, Silent Hill Downpour. I really want to play it. I don't know. After I started replaying the Silent Hill games earlier this year, I played 4 and 2. I just want to go through all of them. He just overdid it, and they didn't go after any other CEO that is and was doing it. It's a 360 game, man. It's crazy. They're so expensive. Exactly. That's the thing, Big Benmo, right? You have to agree or you can't play. So they've got you line hook and everything. There's no get out clause here. And they can do that if they want to. They can physically, via a firmware update, block you from accessing that game entirely. They can do that if they want to. What did you send me? It doesn't work on a power machine, unfortunately, because it's the 360 was region locked. I looked at the US. It is cheaper in the US, but because of the exchange rate. But the 360 was never region locked. I'll contact them and see what they say. If it works, then I'll pick it up and see if it works on my series. I'll message them. Thanks for that.
And the used game loop, the lifetime financial value of a single user inside that digital ecosystem, well, it skyrockets. It goes up. PlayStation's not just expanding their audience outward, they're optimizing the monetization of their audience that they already possess. What this does, though, is it points to another factor. PlayStation is not the only one changing. When you step back and look at the industry right now, we are witnessing the ultimate divergence in platform strategy. Both platform holders found themselves facing a crisis. Astronomical AAA production budgets that were continuing to go up while their margins were actively shrinking because production costs and raw material and shipping was going up. So what do? Because of their respective market positions, they are executing completely opposite plans. Look at Xbox. Lacking the hardware install base to force a closed ecosystem, they brought in data-driven tech executives like Asha Sharma to aggressively restructure their gaming division. Because their hardware didn't scale the way that it needed to, they are retreating into a safe haven of their biggest cross-platform legacy franchises, which means that those smaller titles or those being used for exclusivity are likely not going to generate enough revenue. And give
What? I need to listen to that again, because that just sounded like a whole bunch of nonsense.
Didn't scale the way that it needed to, they are retreating into a safe haven of their biggest cross-platform legacy franchises, which means that those smaller titles or those being used for exclusivity are likely not going to generate enough revenue.
So is he saying that Gears of War is a small title? Like, what is he exactly trying to get there? Now, I'll be honest with you. The reason why Xbox has been able to get away with a digital future going forward is because of something that they started off during the Xbox One era. During the Xbox One era, they started something called Smart Delivery, right? Which you've all heard of. And, oh, what the hell's going on here? Sorry, one sec, chat. They started off something that was called smart delivery. And so, even though you was buying the Series X version of the game, you was actually only getting the Xbox One version on the disc. However, when it detected that you was getting the Series X version, it was downloading it. And that kind of defeated the purpose of having the game, because you're not getting the version of the game you wanted. So people started buying digital because it made no difference. And then they make that pot sweeter by saying, hey, if you've got a PC, well, you've got double entitlement here. You won't get that with physical. Look, I bought Gears of War E-Day on physical, right? And I believe I'm getting the physical version of the game. That actually is a counterintuitive thing for me right now. Because if I want to play that on my Xbox, it's great. But if I ever wanted to play it on my Xbox LIX or my PC, I can't do that because I've only got a physical. And I'm now used to and accustomed to playing on Play Anywhere, where I can just pick it up and just sit down and play what I want to play and move on. But I won't be able to do that with that one unless I buy it again. Obviously, it's going to be on Game Pass, so I have that option to play it through there. But I can't play it offline if I wanted to. If I didn't have internet connection, I can't play it on those two machines. So that actually works against me. So at some point, I probably will buy it digitally as well, because I like to be able to play it wherever I want to play it. So Xbox has kind of fostered that through the whole smart delivery system, which is what they originally launched with, and now with the Play Anywhere, where they kind of, it's in your benefit to get it on a digital platform. You hate smart delivery of all your soul? Yeah, it's added value, and that's what they need to do. They need to add value. Something that they don't do on PlayStation. And see, the thing is, they've never really cared about it.
And given the recent layoffs and what studios were targeted for divestiture or selling off, nobody appears to be safe unless you are only one of the gigantic titles. They are expanding horizontally, transitioning into a massive multi-device third-party publisher that relies on shipping their software everywhere, including on formerly competitor consoles.
But that's not what she said. She's literally come out and said, more of our big titles are going to be console exclusive. Yes, they're going to be on PC, but she's saying specifically console exclusive. Will that be enough? Who knows? But I saw Braps the other day talking about it, like I said earlier in my stream, where he was saying that this, what do they hope to achieve by this? Nothing's going to come out. She's already said that this is not something that's going to make major profits overnight. This is something that's going to take until 2030 before we fully see the benefits of what we're doing. They're looking at it as they should have done originally in the long game. And that's the right approach. But they also have to manage that with expectations. That's why live service games, and if they do like a Gears multiplayer only, the next Halo game that's going to have multiplayer, that should go everywhere, because those games that are everywhere are going to fund, those live service games are going to fund the next 3-4 years of Xbox as they transition back to an exclusive platform in order to sell the console, because they have seen a correlation finally that more Xbox console owners have Game Pass than PC owners. So they know that that's where the business is. That's where people go. That's Xbox. PC is not Xbox. It's an outlet for Xbox, but the console is Xbox. And she's seen that, and now she's pushing that. But you can't expect fans overnight who have been disrespected, trodden on, treated like shit, made to look like third-party citizens, totally, ignored. You can't expect that trust to come back with just because you've made Gears and Clockwork exclusive. No, you need commitment. And that comes over 6 months, a year, maybe even 2 years. But you need to consistently be delivering on that promise that you have in order for people to start trusting you. And if you don't do that, then you don't get people's trust. and all this is for nothing, and you can abandon the console and just go full digital or straight away. I'm sorry, but that is literally how it works. Oh my God. Okay, Luna, calm down. They need to rebuild trust. You trust me, right? Luna, you trust me? I trust you too.
Just to offset their cost. PlayStation's doing the exact opposite. Because they operate from a position of market dominance, they don't have to go horizontal. They're going completely vertical. They're doubling down on the power of traditional exclusivity, keeping their crown jewels locked inside the family, but ensuring that every single player that wants to experience those games is funneled into a high-margin, 100% digital pipeline. Xbox is trying to find margins by putting their games on every screen available.
They're not doing that anymore. There was no. What are you doing? What did you do, Luna? You hit the keyboard. I think it was. God damn it! I think it was around here. Yeah, it probably would with the Nintendos. Thank you for the 2.
Restructure their gaming division. Because their hardware didn't scale the way that it needed to, they are retreating into a safe haven of their biggest cross-platform legacy franchises, which means that those smaller titles or those being used for exclusivity are likely not going to generate enough revenue. And given the recent layoffs and what studios were targeted for divestiture or selling off, nobody appears to be safe unless you are only one of the gigantic titles. They are expanding horizontally, transitioning into a massive multi-device third-party publisher that relies on shipping their software everywhere, including on formerly competitor consoles, just to offset their cost. PlayStation's doing the exact opposite. Because they operate from a position of market dominance.
Yeah, Xbox isn't doing that anymore, so why is it even talking about it? As for Clockwork Revolution, they've already said that they're willing to. They're expecting the games to have a lower sales volume because, let's face it, the number of Series X's out there just isn't that much, right? I think that we're sitting on like maybe 35, 40 million. I know a bunch of people that have moved over to PC, and I think that's been the general trend with the way people were treated over the years, right? But it takes trust for people to get back to your platform. And you're either going to go all in on it or you're not. And from what Matthew Ball said, they accept and have factored in the fact that the sales for these 2 games will not be as high as they possibly could be. They're not expecting super great returns because they're removing it from other platforms. However, what they've realized is the brand damage that they've taken isn't worth the money coming in. And so they want the console to be the place where you play it.
They don't have to go horizontal. They're going completely vertical. They're doubling down on the power of traditional exclusivity, keeping their crown jewels locked inside the family, but ensuring that every single player that wants to experience those games is funneled into a high-margin, 100% digital pipeline. Xbox is trying to find margins by putting their games on every screen available and by gutting.
But he is just he's still lying about that.
Studios or getting rid of them. PlayStation is maximizing margins by making sure you can only buy their games on their screen under their terms and at their price point. So the margin war has begun and gamers are ultimately losing choice.
Here's the thing though, right? People were saying console sales don't matter. Games selling doesn't matter. It's all about engagement and MAUs. How's that working out? The people that were defending that, how has that worked out? I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just asking a genuine question. For those people that outright supported that kind of attitude, how has that worked out? How many people are on the cloud right now? Why hasn't Game Pass in itself gone to 50, 60, 70 million? 80 million? Because if the hardware isn't selling, you need the service to sell. So now you've got no hardware selling, or the service selling, or the game selling. So how has that really worked out? You know, that's the harsh reality that Xbox is in right now. So when Asha Sharma turned around and said Xbox needs a reset, what she means is we need to start over. We need to reassess everything, make ourselves lean and agile, self-sufficient, make the games people want to actually buy and play, and grow our business from there. And that starts with the console. Like I've always said, the console is king. That is where it starts. PC can play it better. It doesn't matter. People don't want to spend $2.5, $3 on a PC. The console is king. That's where it begins.
Voice and power. The console landscape hasn't just shifted over the last month, it's been permanently rewritten. PlayStation didn't build this digital fortress out of fear or panic. They did it because they won the hardware generation once again, and now they have the leverage to dictate the exact terms of digital ownership.
100%. That's it. That right there should be what the whole video is. The amount of leverage that PlayStation has gotten over the years with how dominant they've been has allowed them to be able to do this. And in a crazy turn of events, it's their players that allowed them to do this. It's the media that pushed them to do this. I'll always refer back to Greg Miller, where he turned around and said, why doesn't Xbox just shut up shop, close their hardware business, and put all their games on PlayStation? Like, they wanted this PlayStation. They created this PlayStation. So why are they crying now? PlayStation turned around and told you, for 14 days, you've got a license where we can revoke it at any time. That license that you've got on your thing, when you look at it, when you buy a digital game, that means that, you know, you have to sign in daily to be able to play it. You can't play it offline. Yeah. They all brushed that off, didn't they? Why would they brush that off? Like, they're the ones responsible for this. It's, you know, buying digital isn't the issue here. It's the fact that they allowed them to get so big and so powerful. And they lapped it up like crazy. They actually thought that Sony cares about them. And they're finding out the hard way now that no corpo cares about you. None of them. They care about your wallet, your credit card, your debit card. They love those. They will worship those because they get benefit from that. But they're finding out the hard way now that these corporations don't care. And Sony basically turning around and saying to the 15% that's on physical, see ya. Don't let the door hit you out. We don't need you anymore. We needed you years ago, but now we're big enough where we don't need you anymore. It's okay. Go to wherever you want. But where are you going to go? You're going to go to PC? You're going to abandon all your digital sales and your digital library that you've had for all these years? You're going to go to Nintendo? No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up. You're going to sit back on your ass. You're going to buy the PlayStation 6. And you're going to buy every game digital just like we want you to. And that's what's going to happen. That's the end result of all of this. Sure, you're going to get the few stragglers who will turn around and move away. But the vast majority of these people are going to just accept what has happened and move on. That's it.
That's something that we need to be actively fighting against to secure true digital ownership and the right to refund.
That's the only other thing that he said right here. People should now, they can continue protesting all they want. Sony doesn't care. They should be advocating to regulators and, you know, whoever they need to in order to get digital rights ownership re-looked at, re-evaluated. Look at in Brazil. Their digital rights is insane. Consumer rights in Brazil is pretty much up there as the best in the world when it comes to digital media. They can't do anything if they try. Even Microsoft, with all their might, couldn't beat a single person in court. They turned around and said, he bought those games. You now need to return every single one of those games and compensate him for $400. I mean, $400 isn't much, but that's how much he actually lost. So Microsoft had to compensate him for the money he lost as well. That's this level of digital rights ownership we need globally, not just in Brazil. And so, yes, that story that happened in Brazil was good, but we need that incorporated to the rest of the world, because when that happens, you're going to see how these companies don't like it at all. They will not like that at all. You are correct. This drama is pointless. 100%, Ralph. It's pointless. You think these people aren't going to be jumping on GTA the moment it comes out? I mean, I know MBG is saying he's not, but do you honestly believe that he's not going to be playing it offline? He's not going to have his PS5 in offline mode and be playing it? Do you honestly believe that he's not going to be playing it? I'm sorry, I just don't believe that. I just don't believe it. Power to him if he does, but I don't believe it. Remember when the Wii U failed hard? It's coming for PlayStation. The Wii U failed really hard. But do you know what was great about the Wii U? It gave birth to the Switch. They took what they learned from there and what failed, and then they said, right, here comes the Switch, and we're going to get rid of all our other competing handheld platforms and just have one. And they learned from it. The moral of the story is, as long as you learn from your failures, you are doing good. But if you can't learn from your failures, then it's pointless. However, what you're seeing here is that it doesn't matter if PlayStation fails. They've already got the majority mandate to push forward anyway, and they know that they're going to be okay. Even if they have to sacrifice 20% of the player base, it doesn't matter. They're still okay. And that's the difference. That would be interesting, Woodpit. From economics to point out, but the books I've read can't compare to courses. Money has to move to function in the US and Japan. It does. Yes, and YouTubers will jump to whatever is the topic or give them clicks. Wait until GTA 6 gets... I know, man, and it really irks me, Ralph, that people do that, and that's why I don't do that. You know, every time I make a video, I see all these topics out there that people are farming, and I just don't want to do that. And sure, it damages my channel, but the content I put out, I want it to be something that I want to talk about, something that I feel is worth talking about, something that I feel is worth your time. And some of those videos hit, some of them don't. But to me, it needs to be something that's going to provide you with value. Now, obviously, making fun of people, a lot of people like seeing that, making fun of Rayforge or Dreamcast Guy or MBG or whatever, right? I've seen a lot of channels where they just love doing that and their reaction is good. I personally don't like doing that. I don't mind reacting because that's me putting my point against theirs, and that's a different kind of content. But to essentially just mock people, there are people that like that, and if that's the content you like, there are multiple channels out there that you can go and see them do that. I don't personally enjoy doing that, and so I don't. But yeah, you've seen so many YouTubers over the past few months who have been like, oh, this is happening and that's happening. Like, go back a couple years. Oh, console sales don't matter. Exclusivity is dead. Exclusivity is abdicated, or whatever the bullshit people were spouting. I stayed consistent. Exclusives matter, and I will still stand by that. Which is why I bought Gears of War, to stand, stand behind what I'm saying, and I'm going to buy Clockwork as well. I stand behind what I say. But all of these people, the moment Asher turned around and said exclusives are coming back, they're not antiquated anymore. They're not meaningless anymore. exclusives are back. Yes, let's go. Like, what are we even doing? Like, how can you flip flop so hard on your opinion? Like, do you even have an opinion anymore? 1K console is considered cheap. 1K is expensive, man. Depending on where you are, though. I don't know where you're situated, Goggle, but £1,000 here is expensive for a console. That would be a finance job. To be honest, easy victory in Brazil is an outlier more than a exactly backlog battler. That's the point I'm making. It's an outlier. It's not the standard. Do you remember people removed headphone jack on an iPhone and everyone was crying? And look at us now, everyone have wireless headphones. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I still prefer wired, personally. I think you get better sound quality with wired as opposed to wireless. And I'm not as much as an audiophile now as I used to be. But even now, if I've got the option to use wired when I'm around, like my PC or something, I tend to use wired. But yeah, like if my phone doesn't have a wired, a headphone jack, like this one doesn't, that I've got here, I don't care. Because we've moved on, we've accepted it. Your videos are probably too intellectual for most people. I wish the numbers reflected that. Actually, they probably do based on that comment. Reaction on console war vids is lazy, but that's what people want to watch these days, and that's where the views are. I mean, if you look at MBG's views right now, I can't tell if he's doing it for the views or if he's doing it because he genuinely believes it, because his channel right now, view-wise, has popped off. He's getting 30,000 views, 40,000 views, 50, 60,000 views, and it's popped off like crazy. He would be insane right now to stop doing it. Anyone in his position right now, even if they've decided that they're just going to accept it, you don't accept it. You just keep on milking that trend until it's done. You get all those subs in, you get all those viewers in, weekly, daily, it doesn't matter. Because even if they don't sub, the videos will be recommended to them and they'll still check out your channel after it's all done and dusted and everything's cooled down. And so right now, he's milking it like crazy. And, good for him. Brazil's current regime is borderline communist. Not sure about this, Judge. Probably benefits us as consumers, but they could just exit the market. They could, Woodpit. They could. But we'll see. So that's that video. I can do one more and I'll have to call it there. So we have Reforge for Xbox leaked report. The Game Pass stream is over. Or MBG's, which was sent to me for last week, digital only looks bleak. MBG admitting that he is jumping ship in this video. Unless there's anything else you guys want to talk about. Game Pass 1 is over? Okay. Hey, Devastator, you struck gold twice.
It's time for Xbox Day and Date to die. We all knew the news hitting Xbox was brutal. A total of 3,200 layoffs cutting deep across Bethesda, id Software, and ZeniMax. The divestment of first-party studios like Double Fine, Compulsion, Ninja Theory, and Undead Labs.
Yeah, because I like it when they talk about those 4 studios, because Undead Labs is still working on State of Decay 3. So if you want to buy that game, you can when it launches. And Ninja Theory is still working on Senua, so if you want to buy that game... Oh, that's right. Where am I? I have no idea. The camera just stopped working. Interesting. I don't actually know why it's not working. Okay, there we go. Fixed. My camera turned off, which is weird. Like it literally disabled itself. Yeah, it probably was a doggy on the keyboard. You know, those studios that have, left Microsoft, their games will still come out and you'll still be able to buy them. Can someone tell me what game Bluepoint is working on? Can someone let me know what game Bluepoint is working on? Because I would really like to buy their next game.
We knew this was going to be the single biggest corporate restructuring in the 25-year history of the Xbox brand. But this weekend, a leaked internal report exposed the exact underlying math that triggered this corporate panic. And the reality is worse than anybody in the gaming press is willing to admit. Xbox didn't just miss a quarterly forecast, their entire core business model ran into a brick wall. Today, we're going to unmask the Netflix of gaming dream for exactly what it was, an unsustainable debt-fueled growth hack that has completely collapsed under its...
That's just not true. Right? It's not true. Game Pass in itself is profitable. It's made $5 billion in its own sustainable way. As a profit and loss, it's making a profit. The problem here is that the other studios aren't making the profit because people are playing the games through Game Pass. And as such, they're suffering. But Game Pass itself is sustainable. Now, let's continue listening to what he's saying.
Its own weight. And worse, we are going to look at how current leadership is executing a strategy that is actively cannibalizing their own studios to clean up the financial wreckage. Now, if you like these types of videos and you want to be around for my live streams, make sure...
So basically, he's upset, like all PlayStation fans are, that Gears of War E-Day is not coming to PlayStation. So that's what he's saying here.
You hit like and subscribe. And the first, I think, and more glaring problem we are going to have to look at is the mathematical failure of Game Pass. Let's talk about the numbers that Microsoft corporate hoped would never see the light of day. When Microsoft was fighting the FTC to push through their $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard, the internal economic modeling was built on a projection. To make their massive content acquisition sustainable by the year 2026, Game Pass had to hit about 77 million subscribers. That was not an optional stretch goal. That was the foundational break-even line. The reality that was exposed this week...
That would be to cover all the studios. But right now, Game Pass itself as a business is fine. What's happening is the studios are getting hit. So that's not entirely true either. He's not looking at it from... He's just looking at it from the macroeconomics and not the micro.
They're sitting flat at roughly 30 million, less than half.
And so what happened was, during the FTC trial, it's no secret that the two and a half, 3 years that the FTC trial went on, those were the worst years as an Xbox customer. You got no new games. You got no new third-party exclusives. It was a pretty shit time to be an Xbox customer during that time. There's no doubt about it. It was one of the worst because Microsoft decided that they were going to show themselves as weak as humanly possible to the judge and everyone watching and the regulators in order to pass it through and pass everything through. And so, what the fuck is that freeze frame on Reforge? Anyway, they did this deliberately, and I feel personally that they dug that hole too deep for them to get out of. Now, they were projecting even up to like 200 million Game Pass subscriptions. And if they hit that, that would have been amazing. Game Pass would be, people would be laughing. The amount of sustained revenue coming in would be great. These studios would have nothing to ever to worry about. But they didn't. And those numbers didn't increase, right? And so Phil Spencer doubled down on this and bought more studios. And it didn't, to add more value to Game Pass. And he'll say, look, we've got these day one on Game Pass. It's come and get us. It didn't work. And then finally, they tried their final trump card. And that was, hey, Shinzo, how's it going? They tried their final trump card with Call of Duty. And that didn't move the needle either. It moved it a little bit, but not anything worth writing home about. And that's when they knew that it's just not work. People aren't biting. The whole This Is an Xbox campaign was designed for people to play on their TVs, tablets, mobiles. That was all designed for Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions. Again, no one bit. It didn't work. In an alternate reality, you've got, billions of people, 2 billion people out there with smart TVs. Even 10% of them jumping onto Xbox Game Pass Ultimate would have been enough to sustain Xbox for the rest of its career if they stayed on board, right? And that's not including the mobile users or tablet users. What you're looking at there is just smart TVs. And so that's what they banked on. That whole digital kind of push to the smart TVs, Fire Sticks, and all of this. They really hoped that cloud would take off. And maybe in 10, 15 years' time, that could be a reality. But right now, it was just too early. Me personally, I do about 50% of my gaming on the cloud. Whether it's through Xbox Cloud itself or it's through GeForce Now, I spend most of my time playing my games through the cloud. And for me, it just provides me this much more simpler way to play games. I don't have to install the games on my Xbox LIX. I can just boot it up to the cloud and off I go. And I've got instant access. I don't have to worry about updates or anything like that. The games are just ready and it's just more convenient for me. But as a technology, we aren't just there yet for it to push. And again, it's one of those things where Microsoft starts a trend, but they're too early. In 15 years' time, cloud is going to be a lot more mainstream, and this probably would have worked. But at the time when Phil Spencer came in and made this suggestion regarding Game Pass, well, Xbox was about to close down. And unfortunately, this was the last Hail Mary that Xbox had because Satya wanted it gone. And they bought into the Game Pass model. The problem is, it just didn't work. And when it didn't work, Phil doubled down on it. And when it didn't work, he tripled down on it by buying even more studios. And then Sarah Bond came in, who decided that she was going to try and use her expertise in pushing it to a wider audience. That didn't work either. So everything that they've tried over the years just hasn't worked. And now Asher is returning back to the one model that did work. And that's console. The problem you have now, however, is it's available day one on PC. The only way exclusivity truly works is when it's exclusive to your platform, to your console. If you give people another avenue, then that's a problem. But they can't really pull away from PC now because they're so invested in it. So it's going to be interesting to see how they price their console against the PC prices, because it has to be aggressive in order for someone to say, do you know what, I'm going to go with a console because PC is like double the price. And at that point, that's an incentive to go console. The pricing is going to be key here, but if they can get it right and they can get the exclusives flowing through and launching day one on that console, that could be enough for it to sell the millions that they want day one. But a lot has to go right in order to do this. And Game Pass just didn't work. It didn't work to the way that they wanted. And every time that they doubled down on it, it just got worse for them. And they just kept on digging a bigger hole and a deeper hole, and it just, failed. For a consumer, Game Pass is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It is the best value in gaming, period. But when it comes to these studios and the way the money comes in, it's not working. It's not working. So here's a question, right? I mean, that was the vision, Susanna. That was their vision of how it would work. But would you guys prefer, and this is a genuine question, for Game Pass to exist as it does today with its subscription model, and for Microsoft to completely forsake hardware. If you had to pick one of the two, which way would you go?
Half of what they needed. Think about how catastrophic that shortfall is. We're not talking about stagnation here. We are talking about active decay. Back in early 2024, corporate leadership proudly announced they had reached 34 million subscribers, a number they only hit by retroactively folding every existing Xbox Live Gold member into a baseline Game Pass tier that they just created.
I mean, Gold doesn't exist anymore. So what were they supposed to do? Cancel all those subscriptions? I mean, Gold essentially is core.
It was a 9 to 10 million person cheat code that inflated their numbers and made Game Pass look more successful than it really was.
No, I disagree with that entirely. Are you turning around? See, this is the one thing I never understood, and we never really got a response from Sarah Bond about this. During the big update, February update, she turned around and said that Game Pass was 34 million players will be able to play Diablo 4, which means 34 million players was on a tier higher than Essentials. Now, if we look at the stats that were available between 2022 and 23, we know that PC was at 15 million. We know that console was at 20 million. So that already is 35 million, which means that the core stats weren't included. However, Tom Warren came along and decided that he was going to turn around and ask a question. And the response that was given to Tom Warren at the time was extremely vague, but it didn't matter that it was vague. He still twisted it into his own way to get clicks when he said the number of 34 million players is not going to get access to all of Call of Duty because it includes core, when that was never the response. So if you actually add the core members as well, back then you were probably looking at around 40 million subscribers. Call of Duty came out and they said from the 15 million subs that they had at the time, when Call of Duty 6 came out, I believe, they had the highest uptick in PC Game Pass subscriptions by 3% on the day. I don't need to or was it 3%? I think it was 3,000 users, something like that. But they went up to 18 million users. And overall, Game Pass was on the up. Now, what those numbers are today, I don't know. We know that they hemorrhaged a lot of subscribers over the time. With the $30 price tag, that was, a no-brainer. It was always going to happen. But the number that he's given there is just factually wrong.
In the 24 months since, despite pouring billions into content and despite finally dropping massive legacy anchor games into the service, Game Pass has not grown. And worse than a lack of growth, it has declined, even after puffing up the number by about 10 million people who didn't even actually sign up for Game Pass. It has shed nearly 4 million paying users.
By the way, how many people have signed up through... I wonder what the numbers look like now with Discord. If you pay for Discord Premium, you get Essentials thrown into it, right? Those numbers will surely play into the Game Pass numbers.
That is a 12% decline. Now, during this time, they have added some of their biggest and most expensive pieces of property that they own. This pushed them toward price increases in order to work against the insane levels of spending that was required to feed the Game Pass monster. Well, those rate hikes triggered historic subscriber churn, and even the addition of Call of Duty could not work the magic to reverse the bleeding. In fact, it was...
it did increase by 3 million subscriptions, so we know that it worked. Just not at the levels that they wanted. Do you know why? Because it was released on PlayStation. It was released elsewhere. If Call of Duty was exclusive only to Xbox, do you know how many Call of Duty nutheads there are out there? They would have just bought an Xbox to play it. They're not going to just drop Call of Duty. They would have went out, bought a Series X or a Series S just to play Call of Duty. You know they would have. It's one of those games where it's not a question of, can I just ignore it? If your whole life evolves around that, yeah, me too, Shinzo. They would have bought it. but it's not exclusive. So it really. So now you're turning around and telling them, hey, PS5 owner, do you want to spend $70 and play that on your PS5? Or do you want to pay $490 and buy it on the Series X? Like, who in their right mind is going to pick $490 over $70? But if you remove that option and you say that's your only option to play it, you'll have seen a lot more people jump over and play it. But the FTC didn't allow them to do that.
It's part of the problem. It's probably the biggest reason they pulled their price anchoring trick and then had to remove Call of Duty from the service. It's likely why the entire service will drastically change in the coming months and years. And the cost of gaming development and the calculus of Game Pass is not the only thing silently working against Xbox. To truly understand why the knives came out this month, you have to look at who is actually holding the blade. When Satya Nadella elevated Asha Sharma from president of Core AI to the CEO of Xbox,
Malcolm, I still think unless Game Pass hits 80 million, 100 million subscribers, we would have, regardless of whether Call of Duty is in there or not, we would have been, this whole thing would have happened anyway. The concept of Game Pass was built on a certain subscription model where it had to hit certain numbers, and they projected that and played the long game, and that's why they doubled down and tripled down on it, believing that it would work. Those numbers were never hit. So no matter what transpired and what wasn't changing, and whether they removed COD or didn't add it in the first place, this point that we're at right now with Game Pass was always going to happen because the numbers are not there to support it. Because Game Pass, whether it likes it or not, still needs to kind of cover the lost sales of those studios. And once it hits like that 100 million, 150 million subscriptions, it can do that. But at $5 billion, it can't do that. When a game costs $500 million to make, and you've got 30 studios, that money ain't, and you're only making like what? Maybe $2.5 billion profit. That money doesn't go very far. So we was always going to come to this point unless the number of subscriptions changed in terms, and I'm talking where we're at right now, probably 40 million, 42 million, something like that. We'd need to triple what we have right now. And don't forget, a lot of people are going to places like Loaded or other sites, or to GameStop or Walmart, where they're getting like the super cheap versions of Game Pass Ultimate, stacking that for 3 years. So they're not even paying anywhere near the full price that that Game Pass is charging. Most people are paying half the price of what Game Pass retails for anyway. So they're losing money there as well. The notion of Game Pass was cool, but there's so many avenues where you can get Game Pass for dirt cheap that it just completely and utterly has been crippling the overall business. And so, unfortunately, what is a great service, people have found a way to exploit it. Do you remember where you could get 12 months of Xbox Live Gold, pay £1 and then get 12 months of Ultimate? Like, that was crazy, man. They basically lost how much money there? And people were stacking that shit, creating new accounts, doing it every year until they got wise to it. And they're still losing money. Like, as a consumer, why would you go spend, £200 for a year when you can spend 100? I don't blame a single person for doing that. It's your money. You've got your own financial problems, right? If you can get it for 50% off, are you telling me you're not going to do it? That works against Microsoft. So even there, they're losing money. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm not crying for Microsoft. They're $1 trillion company, whatever. But the point I'm making is the service could have been making 10 billion, 15 billion. And it's not. And there are multiple factors to this. It's not just about the price of Game Pass. It's also just the way it's available. Again, if you make something available for cheaper outside of your platform or available outside of your platform, the people are going to find a way to get it and get it for cheaper, and that will ultimately hurt you. It's just the way it is. Look, I want to buy a game on Xbox the other day, and it was £15, right? And so I thought I'd do a quick Google search to see if it's available anywhere else. And I think Fanatical or something, I can't remember the name. It's a website I've never heard of. It wasn't Fanatical, but something like that. They had it for £8. They're selling the Xbox code. So I bought it from there. I bought it for almost 50% off. Why am I going to buy it for 15 when I can buy it for thing? And on top of that, once I put the code in, I still got my reward points. So Microsoft, in their consumer-friendly way of doing stuff, has retroactively been really crippling themselves financially in terms of sales and revenue. But as a consumer, that's not my problem. As a consumer, what I care about is, am I getting the best value for my money? And if I can find it cheaper elsewhere, I'm going to go elsewhere. Like when I wanted to play Pragmata, because I have access to PC, I could get Pragmata for £27 day one. Right? £27 day one on PC, or I pay £50 on Xbox. If you've got a capable PC, are you going to pay £27 for day one, or are you going to pay £50 just so you can play it on your console? It's a no-brainer, right? I get it, and I use those reward points like crazy. Me too, man. I'm on like 30,000 reward points. I'm hoping I can get it up to like 90,000 by GTA and just dump it all on GTA so I don't have to pay any money for it. Microsoft reward points are insane. And what I used to do previously was I'd save up enough points and just cover my Game Pass through my points, right? I wouldn't have to pay for it. But they took that away. They wised up to that one. There's no reason not to. You save so much on the rewards, man. Now, I bought so many games with my reward points and so many Game Pass subscriptions. But that's the point I'm making. So there's been a lot going against Game Pass, and people will turn around and say it's the greatest service. It is, because it's costing you, so little. I would love to know how many people are actually paying the full rate of Game Pass as opposed to those that are not. I would really love to see that equation. I'm pretty sure that the numbers would be stacked in favor of those not paying full price.
Professional gaming commentators were a bit baffled. Why would you put somebody with zero legacy experience?
Now, let me ask you a question. It may look like I'm shitting on Game Pass, right? And I use Game Pass all the time, and I love it, and I'm sub to it for the next 2.5 years. But how many channels out there would be talking, in a constructive but negative way about a service like this? And that's why I'm different. And that's why you should sub to the channel.
Experience in game publishing in charge of your gaming brand. Well,
yeah,
the math starts to make sense now. Phil Spencer was the expansionist. He was the executive who spent billions of dollars collecting studios like Infinity Stones, and Asha Sharma was brought in as the cold analytical outsider to do what legacy leadership didn't have the stomach for. She was brought in to brutally audit the books, strip away.
Come on, man. I actually believe that, Phil Spencer stepping down, right? I think, these studios not being divested already was because of Phil. He was fighting tooth and nail to save them because he felt responsible for them. But at the same time, I think he actually got to the point where after years of doing layoffs, I don't think he could stomach this next round of layoffs. I think he saw what was coming and he just didn't want to be the bad guy anymore. I think that's why Phil stepped down. I think he just had enough because he actually cared about the studios. He cared about the people there. He genuinely did. He didn't see them as some number. He saw them as human beings. People like Amy Hood and even maybe Asha Sharma just see the numbers, right? And that's why they're a lot more cold-hearted and ruthless when it comes to things like this. But Phil wasn't like that. He genuinely cared. And I do believe, like, this is just my opinion, and you guys can disagree with it. It's perfectly okay. I think he stepped down because he saw the writing on the wall, and he just didn't have the stomach to lay off the studios and get rid of them after all the support he gave them. I genuinely believe that. Hey, just give me a quick heads up. I believe during the C trial, Phil himself stayed multiple times. CMA trial, Phil himself said multiple times that the vast majority of people on Ultimate are paying full price. I get that. That could just be corporate speak as well, though, right? We'll never know until the numbers are revealed on paper. But if he said that's the case, then I don't have any reason to doubt him. Sure, he's changed his mind on a lot of things, but that's business. Business is fluid. It changes, especially with the way Xbox has been functioning and the way the leadership above Phil has been dictating everything. So, it could definitely be true, Vague. You're not there in her role to be people's friend. You're there to keep the doors open. 100%. And she's doing what she has to right now. Put it this way. If she doesn't do what she's doing right now with those 3,200 layoffs, Xbox as a whole could be gone. And then all those studios will be shut down. Like, it's the shittier of outcomes, but at the end of the day, she's doing what she needs to do. I just don't think Phil had the stomach to do it anymore. And honestly, if I was in his place, I probably couldn't either. Not to the people that I brought in and recruited on the good faith that everything would be good, and then it's not. There is a value in that, Woodpit, but when you get it for so cheap, it don't matter. Right? When you get it for so cheap, like you get a whole year's supply for £100, it don't matter. When it was retailing for like 250 quid, and you can get the whole thing for £100 for a whole year, like that's a no-brainer, man. You just pay it off once and that's it. You don't have to think about it for a whole year. Buy 3 of those and you're stunned for 3 years. Worry about what's going to happen to Game Pass then.
The layers of bloated management and stop the bleeding. And her public confessions recently are sobering and transparent. In her internal memo titled Resetting Xbox, she bluntly stated, "Our business today is not healthy." She openly admitted to staff that Xbox was operating at profit margins 3 to 10 times lower than traditional publishers. And then she dropped the ultimate bombshell that in a typical fiscal year, Xbox was actively losing 64 cents for every single dollar they invested in.
So you understand why she had to do the layoffs and why she had to divest the studios, right? So there's no hard feelings, right? All that noise that was happening was pointless, right? Because if you understand the economics behind what's going on, then surely you understand why the layoffs were happening, right? Or is that too much wishful thinking, chat?
To their internal studio ecosystem. Why? Well, because they were overspending. They bought all these studios. It's very expensive to make these games that they're giving away on Game Pass. But there's another killer in the room, the AI hardware tax. This is the macroeconomic angle that many people are entirely missing. Microsoft is currently locked in a multi-billion-dollar arms race for artificial intelligence supremacy. To feed that monster, many tech giants are redirecting massive amounts of money straight into what they see as high-margin AI tech.
So why is this only affecting Microsoft? Whatever's happening here is affecting every other studio publisher out there, platform holder out there. I mean, for God's sake, the Steam machine launched at $1,000, man. And that machine is a piece of shit. Yo, Soul, thank you for the 13 months. I paid monthly until I got services I didn't want were added and the price went up. Yeah, that's fair. Most people actually stopped doing that, stopped paying monthly during that period. Now that the price has gone down to a much more affordable rate, I feel like people are back on board again.
The collateral damage of that shift is hitting the console business right where it hurts. The prices of essential hardware components have surged by 40 to 70% over the last year, and
this is why, right, chat? This baby right here is still the best handheld you can buy. The price hasn't gone up. It plays everything I've put on there. So if you've ever wanted to jump into a handheld gaming PC, the Xbox LIX is great for that. The price is still the same, despite the fact that they said they were going to increase the price. It's still going rock solid. You can hook it up to your TV and use it as a PC gaming rig with the features available on it. It's damn good and definitely worth the investment. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's one of the best $1,000 you can invest.
they're set to continue to rise. So Xbox is trapped in that vice. They're manufacturing hardware, or they're choosing right now whether or not they do manufacture hardware.
No, they're doing the hardware. Why are you lying? Like, where is... They've repeatedly said, you stupid donkey, that they are doing the hardware. Which part of that can't you understand? Like, are you that stupid? Like, you have to be, you know, you have to have mental derangement to not understand. If they're saying, we're going to release the hardware, so you're not doing it, right? No, we are making the hardware. Well, but you're not doing it, right? No, we're releasing a first-party hardware. So you're not doing it, right? I mean, what the... Like, how dumb can you get?
And it's more expensive than ever. And historically, they sell that hardware at a loss. Currently, if they...
Everyone sold hardware at a loss. Except Nintendo. What is he even talking about? At $800 now in the UK, because, I mean, in the US, it's going to $800, right? I think in the UK, it's going to probably go to about $600. But at that point, they're no longer making a loss on the console. But everyone makes a loss on the console. Sony right now is making a loss on their console. So what the f is he talking about?
Do bring anything into the market, they're pretty stagnant, with the Xbox Series X and S flattening out at about an estimated 34 million units worldwide.
There's not enough consoles to go around. They've used all of them for their cloud servers. They don't manufacture enough anymore. Like here in the UK, in loads of my local shops, they don't have them. They're sold out. It's not that they can't get them in. My local Argos doesn't have them. They've been sold out for almost a year. They just haven't been resupplied stock.
All while trying to fund a subscription service that is burning cash. When your hardware costs spike due to global chip shortages and your subscriber base hits a ceiling, corporate management ceases to look at studios like creative assets. They're starting to look at them as liabilities, which, honestly, this furthers the Xbox problem that existed since the Don Matrick era. Xbox doesn't understand their target audience. The Netflix of gaming concept was built on a flawed analogy. Premium AAA gaming is not television. Think about the basic economics of scale. A premium television series can be produced relatively quickly compared to game production, and it's designed as passive consumption. It's passive entertainment. A consumer can watch an entire season of a show in a single weekend and immediately move on to the next piece of content in the catalog. But a premier video game can take 5 years, sometimes up to 7 years, and the development can be $200 million or more. And when
Wait, what does it mean by 5 to 7 years? That it'll take you 5 to 7 years to complete? Or for them to make? Because how long does it think that movies take to make? 10 minutes.
a player gets their hands on a massive event-driven release, well, they're not going to flip through it in a couple of hours or just one weekend. They'll spend 20 or 30 hours, sometimes up to 60 to 100 hours inside a single game over the course of several weeks or even months. Gamers do not want a rotating, endless shifting rental catalog of mid-tier content. They want to show up for massive, definitive cultural events, or they want to just live in a live service game. This is why audience will happily...
But that's why you have a choice. You have a choice to get Game Pass. You don't have to get Game Pass. If you play one game for the whole year, why the fuck are you getting Game Pass? You just pay for essentials and off you go. Yo, who's Randa? No, I wanted some water. Never mind. But you know what I mean? No matter how good a service is, it can be the greatest service ever. But if it's not providing you with value, it's not worth it. Unless you're me and I pay for Nintendo Online every year and never use it because I'm stupid. But outside of that, you just don't pay for it. You go other means.
Drop $70 up front for a standalone Blockbuster, but will actively cancel their monthly subscription the minute that service starts to raise its price. The subscription model trains consumers to value the platform while completely devaluing the individual worth of the art, of the games. This is why ultimately they were very hurt. Xbox Game Studios were damaged every single time they were put on Game Pass. Xbox's most expensive asset was devalued every time a big budget game was thrown onto the subservice day and date, which
I just disagree. It's not being devalued. You're just, and this is what I was saying, right? Earlier, with the exclusivity problem. If you give people an outlet to get those games elsewhere, then there is a good chance that they're not going to buy it on the console. They're going to go to PC or wherever. With games that are being sold, if you give people an outlet where they can get the games elsewhere, be it on a subscription service or whatnot, they're not going to be restricted to your method of selling only, because you've given them that option. It's not that it was, a bad thing. They gave people the option and people took it. You give someone a good service, what do you think they're going to do?
is ultimately why I think Day and Date must die. This is the exact point where the strategy shifts from a financial miscalculation into pure corporate hypocrisy. Look at the sheer contradiction of how these recent studio divestments are being framed. Xbox is actively spinning off respected and beloved creative teams like Double Fine and Compulsion, or selling Undead Labs and Ninja.
Okay, look, I love Double Fine, right? They made Keeper, which made no money. In fact, no, it just made no money. They moved into a studio that was double or triple their rent, and then they renovated it with like crazy stuff, increased their staff retention numbers by 100 members of staff, and they delivered Keeper, right? That game was never going to sell. And then on the back of that, they went and openly admitted to saying that they wanted to see how much of a stupid product they could suggest to Microsoft to see if it would be greenlit. And when it was greenlit, you had Kiln. So they knew that this game would never sell. So if you're going to fuck around, guess what, buddy? You're going to find out. And with South of Midnight, a game that should have had a budget of about 20-25 million, ended up having a budget of 100 million, and I don't even think it made 1 million sales combined with all platforms. Again, people believed that having the infinite money glitch that Microsoft had would never come back to bite them. And they were living the good life of doing almost no work and benefiting from it. Well, they found out that if you screw around, you find out. I like Keeper. I think Keeper is a good game. I think Kiln is a good game. When you guys see my hours played on Kiln, you won't even believe it. I'm on it a lot. I really like it. But, between in Kiln, I think had 100 people playing it on Steam charts, and I think Keeper had the same. 200 people concurrent. No one cared. But if you're spending all that money, you need to show something for it. No. Don't get me, these studios, they put themselves into that position. Now, are you going to turn around and say to me, but Chaos, doesn't Microsoft have a responsibility and accountability for making sure they don't make these stupid decisions with these games? 100%. I've got no dispute about that. The overall arching responsibility was on Phil, Sarah, and Matt Booty to make sure that these dumb decisions for these games don't come out, even if they are enjoyable by a minority few. You need to make sure games sell. But what Phil was more interested in was having filler games for Game Pass, and he didn't care at what cost they came, as long as content was being pushed into Game Pass regularly to cover the drought. And that's what they were there for. And so they did what they were there for. They just did it in the most inefficient way, which came and bit them in the ass, which is now why Compulsion Games is begging for partnerships, because they probably realized that they can't survive on their own. It is what it is, man. Like, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sad that people got laid off, and it's not nice. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, in this industry, layoffs are a common turn of events, to the point where now I just don't even care. I actually cared about the Red Assembly one because I know people working there. I've got a good relationship with them. At least the PlayStation side of things. The Xbox side doesn't even want to talk to me. But because I know people there, that one actually I cared about. Because people losing their jobs that I know, that I liaise with and are in contact with, I don't like that. But just because Thomas Madison or whatever lost their job, I don't care. Like, I know that sounds harsh, but I've maintained this all the time. I just don't care. I wake up tomorrow and it's still a new day for me. I lost my job. 500 other people in my workplace lost our jobs. How many people on social media cried about that for us? Not a single one, because no one cares. Amazon lost 50,000 people. They laid off 50,000 workers in one day. How many people cried about Amazon? Because no one cares. As long as you're getting your parcel, no one cares, right? It's the same in the games industry. As long as you're getting your games, ultimately, you don't care, unless you actually know the people. You can turn around and say that it sucks and everything, and that's fine, right? Something can suck and you not care at the same time. And that's why I never understand why people go mental about all of this. Because who is talking about Bluepoint today? Or the number of staff that was laid off years ago in the games industry? Or the other studios that have collapsed and closed down? Which one are people talking about today? None. Why? Because they don't give a rat's monkey's ass shit. It's all fake. And that is the truth. But none of them are willing to accept that. None of them are willing to turn around and say, Chaos, what you're saying is true. Because it's bullshit. People don't care. They just want to get in on the hype. They want to get on the engagement. You're seeing David Hayter right now turning around and saying that he supports PlayStation physicals. My guy was kicked out of Metal Gear Solid for the longest time. He makes movies now. He's got nothing to do with the games industry. Why is he doing that? Because it benefits him via public PR image. That's it. That's it. And that's why all of these people on social media are doing it. Because it gives them some form of popularity, some form of PR boost, that they're there fighting the good fight for the little guys when they don't actually give two fucking shits. And that is the truth. That is the truth. Because if Ninja Theory shut down today, you're going to be annoyed that you're not getting a cinema. When you wake up tomorrow morning, are you going to wake up and go, oh man, it's gone. I'm not getting another cinema. Are you going to do that? No. Because your partner will probably smack the shit out of you anyway. And if you don't have one, you'll probably smack the shit out of yourself. It's all crap, man. It pisses me off.
Theory, forcing them to find other ways to survive. They're doing this while also slashing hundreds of legacy positions at ZeniMax and id Software. And the justification handed down from the accountants is always the same.
You don't
care. These studios.
He's acting like he cares. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care these people are losing their jobs. No, he doesn't give one iota that they're losing their jobs. All he cares about is the fact that it's giving him a reason to be able to make a video about it.
Videos simply did not generate enough
They're actually, he cares that he's able to monetize these people losing their jobs. Now let that sink in. These people are monetizing people losing their jobs, and they're loving it. They're loving the numbers that come up and the money they're making. How about these people turn around that are making these, all this money and put it into a pot so they can send to the developers? I don't want to do that. Fuck them, right? Hey, I love David Hayter, but, that was a PR stunt if there ever was one. It's all performative. Exactly, Susano. It's all performative. And this is why when people turn around to me and say, and I've, they've said this to me on social media, some people have even reached out after streams and asking me why I'm so cold when it comes to layoffs. Because I'm being honest. Look, if the Nier team got shut down today, I would be devastated for about 30 seconds. And then I'd go and play the next game. Because there's plenty of games for me to play. I love Nier. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. But at the end of the day, all good things come to an end. It's just a reality. I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. I was a massive Dreamcast fan. I loved Sega. It's why I worked there. It was my dream job. I loved my Dreamcast. It was my favorite console. My Sega Saturn was like magic to me. It was great. Ikaruga, Panzer Dragoon Saga. I loved my Sega Saturn. Dreamcast went out of business. So all those people lost their jobs. I move on to another platform. Xbox came along with Halo, and it blew my mind. And that was it. I didn't really care. Because I'm a consumer. At the end of the day, that's all I care about. Are you providing me with a service that I enjoy? No? Fine. I'm just going to keep moving on. And if Sega stopped making consoles, I imported my Sega console. My mom bought that for me for my birthday. Right? Like my mom, the previous year, because she couldn't afford to buy me a Christmas present or a birthday present, the following year, she asked me what I wanted. And, she worked really hard as a machinist. And because she felt so bad, she actually got it for me. If I knew actually how much it cost at the time, because I was way young, I probably would have told her not to buy it anyway. But she still bought it. But I loved my Dreamcast, and she knew I loved Sonic, my favorite mascot of all time. But whatever, man, you move on. And this is why when I say I don't care, it's not that I'm being harsh or I'm being heartless. It doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. If PlayStation shut down today, my gaming's on PC and Xbox. If Xbox shut down today, my gaming's on PC and PlayStation. It doesn't matter to me. I always have an outlet to go. Now, if all of them shut down, that's a different problem. But we're never going to be at that point, at least not in my lifetime. So all of this fakeness is just so annoying. It's so annoying. Because that's all it is. It's performative fakeness. And I hate that.
Standalone premium retail revenue to justify their overhead. Let that sink in for a second. Corporate leadership is permanently penalizing these studios, abandoning their projects or offloading them entirely because their standalone sales, they underperformed on games that Xbox management put onto Game Pass day and date. This is a completely broken, cynical feedback loop. You cannot spend half a decade spending millions of dollars in marketing to train your entire platform.
Don't spend half a decade to make a game. Find ways to reduce your time, reduce production time, development time, costs, and release it every 2-3 years. We used to live in a period where we had Gears 3 or 4 games in a franchise releasing in one console generation. Now we're lucky if we get one game from that franchise every 2 generations. There's a clear problem here. Make games more efficient, make them faster, and release them. You don't have to have a 5,000-hour game. Make it a 20-hour game or a 15-hour game. Pump it out. That way you can have more games coming out. People like the franchise. They'll continue buying it.
Install base to never pay full price for a video game again. In fact, maybe not even wanting to buy games at all. And then you turn around.
Starship, is he saying the outrage for physical disc is fake? No, what this is talking about layoffs and stuff like that. Yeah, it's been a long one today. We're almost done though. The physical outrage is there, but the point I was making earlier, like way earlier today. No, that's okay, Starship. No problem at all. I'll just quickly cover my point on the physical media. PlayStation fans and the media have propped up PlayStation to a point where they can do anything they want. They are strong enough, they are dominant enough, where nothing can really faze them. They've openly come out and said, because of the work and the support that you've given us, it's your time to rest. You can go away now. We don't care about you. You've given us what we needed to be able to do what we want, and we're going to do that. And so this is why having a monopoly or having any one of these three companies, Nintendo, Xbox, or PlayStation, having all of that power is a bad thing. It should be equal. You want competition to be there. But people have been trying to make Xbox disappear for the longest time. And that is really their own competition. You've got people like Greg Miller, who says Xbox should shut down their hardware, making PlayStation an even bigger monopoly, allowing them to do shit like this that they can get away with. And they've been able to get away with it because, realistically, PlayStation fans and the media have given them that authority, that power to be able to do that. So it is self-inflicted. They wanted Xbox to be dead for so long and so badly. The Xbox now is just not in a place where it can comfortably compete with PlayStation. That's the truth. They're not a competition. They need to build on that over the next couple of years if they want to. By that point, obviously, it's going to be too late and full digital media is going to be a thing. But the reality is, it shouldn't have ever got to that point. But the constant Xbox bad, Xbox down, and these games that released on Xbox and getting shit ratings, and then the moment they release on PlayStation, get like 20% more on the rating is ridiculous. It's the same game. Nothing has changed. But the media has always had that perception. And the fans have been rabid and doing exactly what PlayStation wanted. In Sony's eyes, PlayStation wanted those, PlayStation fans said, get the games off PC. Sony was like, okay, yeah, great. Well, you don't want another outlet for your games in case we do something stupid? Okay, fantastic. We're giving you what you want. And now they gave you what you want. You can't go to another place to play those PlayStation games. You're stuck on PlayStation. And so now, with the physical format media, it's self-inflicted. They can do what they want. It sucks for PlayStation fans. I'm going to say that openly. I'm a digital gamer anyway, so it doesn't affect me personally, but I understand the right of choice. I think choice is a good thing. People should have the right to be able to buy secondhand games. But the reality is, they did it to themselves. Do you think PlayStation pays content creators to support digital crap on Xbox? No. PlayStation content creators to support digital. No, I believe that PlayStation fans like those Xbox games. But because it's an Xbox game, I think this is what you're referring to. Because it's an Xbox game, they are ingrained. They have to hate it. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. They have to hate it. By DNA, they have to hate it. But the moment that game comes to PlayStation, it's a great game. Look at it. Gears of War Reloaded came to PlayStation. It's amazing, great, wicked, yeah. Gears of E-Day is not coming to PlayStation. It's a shit game. Default. It's a crap game. It's going to flop. It's not going to sell. No one's going to buy it. And PlayStation doesn't need to pay content creators because the content creators are doing it for them for free. Now, Xbox, on the other hand, I do believe that they're not paying them, but they're supporting the bigger creators with pretty much a lot of things. Now, this is just me saying this in my personal opinion. I'm not saying that they're paying them, but it's almost like services rendered to a certain degree and keeping that relationship in tow. If you know of a guy called Tin Dog, for example, they used him until they didn't need him anymore, and then they flicked him off as a gnat. And, he went flying and had his meltdown that lasted 2 years. But That's how corporations are. They may have that parasocial relationship, but they will only support you while they need you. If they don't need you, they won't even look in your direction. All corporations are like this. Sorry. If that answered your question, great. If it didn't, then feel free, because I feel like I'm on a roll to just run towards the end of this stream at the moment.
And fire the creators because nobody bought their game at release. By putting these specialized creative titles into a subscription tier on day one, you instantly vaporize their long tail market value. You completely eliminate the critical day one retail pop that studios rely on to prove their...
Who was going to buy Keeper day one? Who's going to buy Kiln day one? I'm sorry, but who was going to buy South of Midnight day one? Okay, truth be told, after they removed the stop motion from the game, I would have bought it. But the game released on PC day one. The game released on PlayStation sometime later. Who bought it? It's not like this game didn't have, 300, 400 million people play, possible customers. No one bought them, man.
Financial viability. The day and date subscription model doesn't just fail to scale to the mythical 77 million subscriber mark, it actively acts as a parasite and it eats its own creators. So the only way out is down. Asha Sharma's aggressive scorched earth restructuring isn't...
Negan, I'm on free to play. I play gacha games. I mean, they say it's free to play. I spend more on gacha games than I do on retail for Xbox and PlayStation and PC combined. It's bad that I'm even admitting that, but it's true. I'm playing like free gacha games, and they, at times they sucker me in, and I wail a little bit. But free to play is not free to play, man. Free to play is it's free to watch and observe. But no, in all seriousness, that's a joke. Free to play can work, and you can be truly free to play. And even my kids upstairs, when they play their free to play games, they almost never spend in these games. But then you got people like me that will do, and so we're the ones that fund the game so people can play free to play. But when you've got a game like Genshin Impact, you got Wuthering Waves, you got NTE, you got Arknight's Enfield, you got Honkai Star Rail. What's the other one? Xenozone Zero. The quality in these games, maybe not during the 1.0 era, because all of them seem to screw that up. But once you get to the 2.0 era, they rival AAA games in terms of quality, storytelling, maps, bosses. And they're a live service, so it continuously continues. And they improve, and they get better. And do you know what's the best thing about those free-to-play games? The ones that actually want to succeed, especially the ones coming from China, they listen to the community. Unless you're MiHoYo and Genshin Impact, they just give you the two middle fingers. But for every other game, they listen and they react to it and say, right, this is what you want. And they look into it and they provide you with that quality of life service, the benefits and whatnot to make the experience better. They up production as people spend more. Because if they're making you happy, you're going to spend more. And so you don't feel bad because it's a free-to-play game. So supporting the studio by spending, I don't know, £5 every 6 weeks doesn't really bother you. It's only a $5, right? But that's how these models have worked. It's give and take. But when it comes to a full box price game, you pay $70 and you don't like it, and it's like, well, I'm kind of stuck with this now. And so it's a different model entirely. Genshin Impact made $5 billion in its first 6 months. One game. Show me another game out there. Show me another one out there that's a retail purchase that's made $5 billion in one day. In 6 months. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's why their studio now is massive, and they're making a version of a free-to-play game for every niche of the market. If it doesn't do very well, it doesn't matter because the others are propping it up, and there's always a chance that it can grow. And that's why these studios keep doing it in China, because they bring in the money. The shit ones disappear. And that's why you've got like a handful of good ones. But once they succeed, they're bringing money in like crazy.
Just a minor course correction or a standard fiscal adjustment. It's a definitive, unvarnished corporate admission that day and date subscription fantasy is officially dead. The era of the endless tech ecosystem buyout is over.
See, I don't believe that day and date will actually ever go away on Game Pass. I don't believe day and date will ever go away. I think the AAA games may go away, but third-party games and AA games and whatnot, they will stay. Okay, sorry, I should have restructured what I meant by that. A brand new IP making 6 billion in 5 billion in 6 months. Not an established IP. I mean, GTA was always going to make the money. Still not 6 billion though. 5-6 billion. Game Pass is the future. Day and date will never go away. No, I can see the bigger titles. I can see them restructuring it where they say build your own thing, and you'll maybe have like a selection of options of, hey, for this price, you can get this, this, and this, and you can pick the games that you want in your subscription. But I don't personally see that the way it is right now with everything going to Game Pass is going to be there. I think for this year it will, but come next year, you're going to see some changes.
Over moving forward into the back half of this generation and looking toward the horizon of the next, well, the industry is snapping right back to.
I actually didn't spend any money on Nikkei, which is weird because that game is actually really good. Believe it or not, the story is amazing. The gameplay is basic and mobile fodder, but the story is phenomenal. But I didn't spend any money on that. On Terra Fantasy, I did. I bought the Battle Pass every month for 2 years.
Traditional premium models. We're seeing it with Xbox being forced to send their premier legacy franchises across the aisle to competing platforms just to capture pure incremental retail margins, which really calls into question just how long this return to exclusivity will last, and will the.
And that's what this video is all about. They're upset that Microsoft is trying to return to exclusivity, which means PlayStation isn't going to get those games. Because let's face it, PlayStation has now become a third-party console, right? Because they release one first-party game a year, maybe two. If you look at Xbox, they can potentially have 5 or 6 first-party games releasing every year if they put their mind to it. But PlayStation is looking at a minimum of one first-party game a year, which then makes you wonder, is it really worth it for that one game a year? So they need these other games, right? They need them, and that's where it's all at. He's openly just pointed it out right there. Because the PlayStation now is just, compared to what the PS4 was, when they had exclusive games, whether it was third party or first party, coming out every other week, almost. I mean, that's what it felt like anyway. It wasn't available on PC or on another platform, only on PlayStation, which meant that you had to have that console in order to play it. Today, you're going to get Blade Zero, which is going to be available on PC day one, right? It's not truly exclusive anymore. It's console exclusive. But with the Helix, you'll be able to play that game on your Helix day one. So what's the problem? What does that get them? The only truly exclusive games they're going to have is their first-party games. And they're releasing one of those a year. So the value of the PlayStation instantly goes down. And that's why they want more games going over there.
Those games be just more sacrificial lambs, given that 1,600 of the 3,200 layoffs are still set to happen at some point in the future. In other words, if you divest.
And who cares? It's sucks for those people getting laid off. Layoffs happen all the time. You don't care. You literally don't care that these people are being laid off. You're acting like you do. It's performative, but you don't care.
Sell or gut studios because their games didn't sell enough copies. What will you do to the teams that you made games as a limited reach? You limited them to exclusivity, and then you're going to turn around and say, what? You didn't sell enough copies, so just like these other.
So, what are you going to say about Housemarque that only sold around 300,000 copies? Because clearly they didn't make a profit; they made a loss on that. And now they've expanded their studio by another 100 people. Sony knows this now. Now they're actually overheads have gone up by almost 50%. So now they have to deliver on those profit margins, and so they've already now just had and I like Saros. I think Saros is a really good game, but it didn't sell. So now Housemarque. What are we talking about? Why don't we talk about Housemarque? Is it because it's a PlayStation game or brand? What is it? Where do we stand with that?
Guys, you gotta go. Especially if day and date is not killed immediately. It compounds the problem. You're going to limit the reach of a game to exclusively be on the Xbox ecosystem and PC, and then let people play it day and date on Game Pass. We are very likely, I think, seeing the retreat of subscription tiers back to what they always should have been, a premium digital archive of legacy catalog titles or online multiplayer gateways, not a primary mechanism for funding the future of AAA innovation and AAA creation.
It was a gamble, man. At the end of the day, it didn't work. They gambled, they doubled down, they tripled down, hoping it would work. It didn't. Show me another company out there that hasn't taken a gamble where it hasn't paid off. Oh, wait. SpaceX went public, right? And their stock price crashed instantly. So that didn't work. That was a big gamble for them. Did it ever recover?
Industry is returning to a model of buy the game, own the game, support the developers. Now, we're
but you're supporting digital-only games, so you're not even supporting owning your games, so shut up.
We're going to need good consumer protections as we move forward into an all-digital era.
Yeah, that's a bit late now. It's never too late to fight for it. But when Sony was screwing you guys over with saying that you can't even be offline with your games for a certain period. After 12 days, it will just stop working. You guys were all okay with it.
Where we don't really own the games, and we should be fighting for those protections.
I agree. We should do. And we should have been fighting for this a long time ago. I've been saying this for the longest time, but no one cares.
But honestly, the human cost of this corporate transition is devastating for...
Multiplayer games didn't work, dude. All it done was increase their overheads. No one bought the games. Outside of Forza Horizon and Sea of Thieves, no other game was purchased. And they've seen that, and that's why they're retreating from it. It was a sink. And I reckon you're going to see games that don't sell on PC. Those franchises are going to stop going to PC as well day and date. They're just not going to do it. And they're going to leave it on console only. I think they're going to be selective of what goes over to PC as well when it comes to some of the smaller franchises, because they're just not selling. Like South of Midnight on PC just did not sell at all. Yeah, I heard about that. My advice, play the first mission. You're going to absolutely love it. And then once you get outside into the world where you can actually control your character, you're going to say WTF and turn it off. That's what I did with the beta. Not being day and date actually harmed Square Enix a ton with Final Fantasy 16 and so forth. It absolutely did. Because if it's not day and date, I'm not buying it once it releases. I'm just not going to do that because I've already bought it. I'm one of those people that are, fortunate to be able to have a gaming PC, a PlayStation 5 Pro, and an Xbox Series X. And a Switch as well, but I never use it. But I'm fortunate where I can actually have that. Not everyone has that luxury. So it's for people that are like me who have multiple consoles. They're going to get it on the platform that's readily available day one. Like even Dispatch. The only reason I don't own Dispatch right now, because I want to play it, is because the director of the game said that there's missing content that they know the fans are aware of, and they are looking to put it in at some point in the future. And I've always assumed that when the Xbox release comes along, they're going to add it into the Xbox release and then release a patch for the PC and PlayStation versions. So that's why I've waited for that game, hoping that that missing content gets added so you can play the full experience, because I wasn't in any rush to play it, but I do want to play it. But like Wukong and any other game, it's available day one on PC or PlayStation. I'm going to buy it where I can get it for the cheapest. Cheapest is always the way for me. And that's that. Xbox lose out.
the thousands of developers who lost their positions. It's also infuriating seeing legacy talent walk to the door while pundits and Defense Force creators shield the brand, claiming it's not that bad and people are overstating how bad this is.
I mean, it's not. The layoffs that have happened were necessary. It's a necessary evil. It's there to put the business back onto the straight. People like you would rather see Xbox shut down entirely and have all of these people laid off rather than doing what's actually necessary, sucking it up, laying off the people that need to be laid off, reducing the number and size of the teams to a manageable size where they don't need to have 500 people working there if 300 people can do the job, and so forth. Asher Sharma is doing what is needed to make Xbox successful again. It's not about defending her. It's not about protecting Xbox. At the end of the day, I would much rather an Xbox to exist and be competitive than have no Xbox at all and let Sony have their bullshit ways that they're doing right now, which you fully support. Right? You, Reforge, fully support the bullshit that they do. 100% without a shadow of doubt. You've said that yourself. So competition is good. And that is why I am, as much as it sucks of what Ash is doing, if the eventual outcome is that Xbox is in a much stronger position to be able to fight back and get these third-party exclusives and first-party exclusives, happy days, because it means competition is back. And hopefully for consumers, it means cheaper prices because now they have to fight for your money. Right now, no one has to fight for your money. So they can price things whatever they want. But the moment they have to fight for your money, that's when prices go down. Because that's what competition does.
Truth is, though, the collapse of this subscription trap might be the healthiest thing that could have happened to the long-term survival of game development under the Xbox regime. But given how Xbox and Microsoft are currently treating their studios, I don't know if enough of them will survive to see this transition through to greener.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They don't need your pity. Oh, that was a long react. But a good one, I think. A good one. I still blame Devastator for it, though. Totally. 100%. Man, I wonder how many people have clipped me in today's rants that I've had. I tried to keep them to an absolute minimum, but... it is what it is. But folks, I'm going to call it a day there. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I need to get some rest. But I'm going to be back over at Twitch tomorrow. I'll be streaming Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync. So if you want to check that out, the link is in the description below. And if you can't access that right now, it's twitch.tv/Chaos Lounge _. Hopefully I'll see you there. We're almost at our next milestone of 50 followers. So if you do want to pop over, drop a follow. Really appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see some of you there tomorrow. But thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate the conversations. Some of it was uncomfortable. Some of it was not so uncomfortable. But I appreciate all the feedback, all the comments that you guys have given, and for keeping it civil as well, which is, always amazing. And, a massive thank you to you all for tonight. Right, folks, that is going to be it. Thanks so much. Peace out. Have a great night or evening wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you tomorrow over at Twitch if you want to pop over there. Peace out, folks. And as always, remain legend.